Now let the hunt begin. Yeah, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Yeah, I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Whoa! 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long Too long
matchup. Longzhu Gaming. SK Telecom T1. Samsung. BBQ Olivers. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Good evening, OGN Legion, and welcome to another day of LCK. I'm Achilles, back on the cast after a bit of a hiatus there, ended up in China. And alongside me is the ever lovely Papa Smithy, and we are ready to dive into one hell of a series. The bloodiest game that we have had so far in the summer split was Longzhu versus SKT the first time they clashed, and now we get to see it again.
But I personally am happy that your watch is over, Achilles, that you can be back here to join us for what is a sick day of matches. Even our second match of the day, Samsung versus BBQ. BBQ on the ascent, Samsung looking to firm themselves in top spot, should be a sick one, but you can't look past the first one. Like you say, the first time these two teams met, it was already an unbelievable series. Before we had the telecom war, we had SKT versus Longzhu. SKT over the line on that day after some Fiora hijinks coming through from Khan and one of his big career-making plays. Now we get to see them play, but such a different time given the struggles of SK Telecom on a 7-game losing streak if you include the Rift Rivals game, looking down and out, but you have to feel like it's for a certain amount of time. You have to feel like there's an inevitable rise coming, but all our old expectations about SKT, the more series you lose 2-0, the less you feel like they apply.
Well, now I'm backcasting LCK, so maybe there's a direct correlation. If I'm not present, then SKT fail. We'll have to see.
We thought that with Doha, and that didn't happen.
True. That's very true. Yeah. But here we go. SKT now finding themselves around that fourth place spot just with +7, whereas Longzhu looking at perhaps to move over into that second place spot here above KT Rolster. If they could come up with a victory here today, was very close last time. Again, bloodiest game that we've had so far in the summer split. 48 kills in 55 minutes.
I mean, it was a sick one, honestly. The first time these two teams met, that was kind of the confirmation that Longzhu weren't just going to be flat-track bullies that could beat the lower teams. They could actually tussle with the big teams. And now, honestly, they're basically one of the big teams. They are beating almost all challengers. Even with SK Telecom in poor form, they are still SK Telecom. Their roster is still loaded with talent. Clearly they have problems. We'll talk about them as we get over this time because honestly it's the big question, right? Why is SK Telecom suddenly struggling? We've got time to work out, but let's focus first on Longzhu, the team that's doing anything but struggling.
Yeah, absolutely. No swaps going to be coming through here. This roster has just been spitting hot fire so far for these guys, and they have just been climbing the standings. Again, looking for that potential second place spot at the end of today if they can claim victory. So Khan, we'll see if he can have another star-studded performance like we saw from him in that first clash against SKT, the 1v2 on the Fiora. Probably not going to be seeing the Fiora here today, but if anybody's going to pull it out, it's probably Khan.
And honestly, his new pick is Jace. Jace is what Khan has been playing and piloting to the most success recently. 7-0 as top lane Jace, when top lane Jace had a 30% win rate for basically any other top laner. Other people are picking it up. It's becoming a bigger pick. Now, 7-14, the tanks are back, so maybe less Jace. But for now, Jace shapes as a important draft. And remember, Longzhu are on Blue's side for game 1. You cannot deny the meta picks and also the pocket picks of Longzhu. And that's why I'm so excited to get into the draft to see what Koma has cooked up, because you need something special to stop the assault of Longzhu.
I mean, you better hope he's cooked up something rather tasty here for SKT, because the drafting has left a bit to be desired as of late from SK Telecom, showing some odd priority, especially when it comes down to the bot lane picks. But you can see here, starting off for the squad, it's going to be Untara and Peanut. This duo starting in here, still no signs of Huni.
But when you talk about signs, remember that since Rift Rivals, they have tried every combination. Everyone had their favorite as an SKT fan. Peanut and Huni for the longest time, but this season, Blank and Untara, Blank and Huni. all the different combinations have been tried. All of them have fallen. So there is no undefeated pairing. There are no undefeated players. Ontara, he suffered his first loss for SKT. Blank, he made it over 20, but couldn't get any further. So there's so much now that is really uncertain about SKT that we want to keep drawing from the years of dominance. And it becomes more apparent that some of that really doesn't apply here and today.
We can see still high spirits for these members of SK Telecom in the booth, still smiles, laughs being exchanged between the players. So, not downtrodden with their recent performances on that 7-game losing streak, if you do count the loss to WE and Rift Rivals.
This
but
has never
otherwise,
happened. It's never happened to Killers. There's never been a 7-game losing streak for SK Telecom T1 since K came together as an organization. Certainly not in the LCK era that began in 2015 spring. I was actually asking people, wait, I don't think they've ever lost 2 series in a row 2-0. Now we're at 3, and that has certainly not happened either. So we're in uncharted territory for SKT. Now, if you ask me questions about SKT, I have to give you conditional answers because we've been conditioned to believe this team will succeed. Now, if you ask me, will they make playoffs? Almost 100% yes. How far they will go in playoffs increasingly becomes a doubt, Achilles. If they face Africa in the wildcard match, that's going to be a super hype best of 3. But speaking of best of 3s, you alluded to it. Really exciting match. 55 minutes, the game 3, where Fiora turned it on the red side. There's a lot to talk about between SKT and Longzhou, and they're in such different points of their season.
Yeah. Also do have Bang and BDD going up against each other here. Not in the same lane, obviously, but across the teams. Have the highest kills ever accrued in a game in summer, 12 each in that series that we saw
and BDD
a month ago.
Also is stopping the Pentagon from being sensible. He has been outside the Pentagon all season at 10.5 KDA, only player over 10. Second highest KDA was Score, who before his last series was 6.5, so that's letting you know is getting, on average, 4 kills and assists more than the next player per game. So he has been in dominant fashion. And last year, when he made his debut, we waited for BDD to turn 17. The comparisons to Faker were already there based on his YouTube highlights. This year, it's actually his play that has impressed us, but there's other matchups as well. Cuz, one of these young rookie junglers, has come in, had a bit of an up and down start, as you'd expect from the only pure rookie on the lineup, but has recently solidified himself. His Elise that we knew based on reputation is performing. Kha'Zix has been his big pick, but Peanut, the person you'd imagine he'd modeled himself after his amazing couple of years, has been on struggle street comparatively.
I mean, yeah, you see that Lee Sin there, 2 losses, not something that we're used to, associating Peanut with. Has been rough times, has been swapped in and out with Blank, but now both of them
KDA,
very much struggling like the rest of the team.
DPM, kill participation, all of them close to lowest in role. 12th in DPM is certainly lowest among junglers. Blank will not be playing, and basically the takeaway here, now Longzhou of course have gone through different iterations, is that this has been historically a good stomping ground. In sports you have players that will always score against Manchester United, against the Patriots they'll always perform. This is a team that historically Blank has performed against, but we're not going to see him, at least for game 1.
Could see him swapped out if SKT suffers a loss. Expect him to shift something around, just given how flexible they've been trying to be with, not so much with Untara. He's been here to stay for a while, but maybe we would get to see Huni if they do lose out in that game 1. So, I mean, if you're an SKT fan, maybe that's a silver lining if they lose game 1.
A silver lining on what? Because the problem right now is SKT fans, they're feeling what other teams, every other organization has gone through strife in the years since SKT started dominating Achilles. This is a different feeling. If you've never had to feel the raw pain of consistent defeats, sure, you could say 2014, but a lot of the fans weren't even around at that point, and that was very much the end of the season falling away, a lineup that was looking decrepit. Now everything is there for SKT. It's still the talent that took them to the top of MSI, and yet they come in underdogs to Longzhou Gaming today.
Well, here we go. Pick and ban up for game number 1. Longzhou starting things off over on that blue side.
Love the first ban coming through.
Just going to go ahead and get rid of that LeBlanc.
Finding lane priority for Faker has been something that SKT have struggled with. LeBlanc is one of those champions who's been big in North America, especially as a blind pick. Hasn't been as common in Korea, but we know about Faker's mastery of the pick, so I think it's a smart ban. And now my question is it just going to be the auto Kalista, Zac, Caitlyn bans on red side? So far, so good. But the Kalista pick is kind of up and down because Longzhou, they've traditionally been an Ashe team, surprisingly banning Ashe on blue side.
Didn't take that one off the board, so maybe looking for that Kalista for themselves. We'll actually ban the Elise on blue as well with Zach taken off the board. So
That was,
Longzhu, trying to drive us in a different direction, it seems.
That was my expected first pick for Longzhu. So, okay, the Elise is banned away. Was expecting that to just be claimed given how good it's been for Cuz. Gragas' priority starts to shoot up, but something like Sejuani and other newer picks could be there as well. And okay, this is what I was thinking. Because they haven't really shown Kalista mastery this season, they're going to play with fire and leave Kalista open. Prey is a legacy Kalista player, and guess what? You can pair Alistair with the Kalista very safely. Braum works as well. You cannot deny the available support pool. This empowers Gorilla. That's the reason Kalista is so strong. Early power spike, and your initiator gets stronger. Giving Gorilla more power is a scary thought.
Yeah, I mean, but then we have to be worried about, how good is Gorilla at Alistar? I don't know if he's been practicing that one much, Papa Smith.
He's been playing it on the on competitive.
Wow.
So they'll let you know.
Well, here we go. This isn't too shocking. Just going to snatch up that Rumble. I mean, albeit could actually be a flex. We saw Peanut play this into the jungle, but likely for Antara up top.
And one of my big criticisms for SKT, the thing I think they struggle with the most is the bot lane meta. They've been playing a lot of Varus Lulu. They've been prioritizing Lulu and Zyra when those champions are really out of the meta. And, okay, against Jin Air, they get 2v2 killed. That happens sometimes, not often for Bang and Wolf, but it can happen. But when you have a Lulu, you can't even exit lane as a pick support, like Thresh, for example, and make plays around the map. So you have to win the laning phase if you're going to be taking the Lulu, and they haven't been able to do that with any consistency. Gragas is the expected big jungler if Sejuani is not going to be considered, and Talia has been as high as first pick for a lot of mid laners. Pawn and Crown, both first picking it. Faker himself first picking it earlier. Galio's available, they'll still take it. SKT seem to be going very standard team fighting, but not with a hyper carry. When we've seen comps like this recently, it's been with a hyper carry, and in this case, it's just the Varus. So they seem to be shoring up their laning phases. There's a lot of safety here, but where the draft will go from here remains to be seen.
You could also see the Gragas perhaps moved up towards that top lane. Go into the Rumble.
Outside chance. I mean, Khan doesn't have his Jace, but very often will pick for lane pressure. I feel like Khan having lane pressure is one of the big ways that Longzhu win a game. BDD can look for pushing lane, but Khan having a counter pick is so big for them. SKT have already flexed Peanut onto the Rumble before, so they are not married to the idea of running Rumble top in this game. It's been a good pick for Antara. You can see a lot of carry top laners have been banned.
Yep. Jackson, Camille both taken off the board here for Khan, so seems like SKT are pretty confident that Cuz will be the one running that Gragas into the jungle. Now, final ban here for the side of Longzhu. We can get those next final picks underway, and it's going to be the Rex side. So jungle pool is pinched out considerably here for Peanut as he gets ready to select.
You want to keep the flex possibility open here, so usually SKT counter pick for support with the last pick. That was their old meta approach. I actually would have preferred taking the support here and counter picking later for support, but they really seem to be focusing on getting a winning bot lane. Will that mean something like Lulu or Zyra, or will it mean something more risky? We'll wait and see. Sejuani, top lane was a thing of the first week of the season. It's been a jungle pick staple recently, so expected to be Sejuani jungle. Achilles, the first time we saw Peanut, we said, in an aggressive meta, this guy will be incredible. But it was a tank meta back then, and it's a tank meta in the jungle again, and Peanut does not fit the archetype of a great Sejuani player. Now, can he go out and have a great performance? Yes, but this is clearly the meta working against Peanut.
That's where you're wrong. It's going to be Wolf support Sejuani.
It could happen. I talked about that once, but I try not to say that too many times. It makes me look dumb.
All right, well, speaking of support, so Thresh is going to be locked in here for Gorilla, so just going to have that nice lore-based bot lane for themselves with the Kalista alongside, so just all of the slipperiness that you could ever want to get away from ganks and whatnot in that bottom lane, and then J4 going to be locked in here for Khan.
And now we are waiting for that support. Right now, hovering over the lane counter pick, just looking for the Zyra to poke down Thresh. Very much old meta comp from SKT. Similar identity to comps they were running against Jin Air. It's more of a team fighting comp than the 4-1 or 1-3-1 comps they were struggling with against Samsung and Afrika. Didn't work against Jin Air. Now they have a lot of laning power. Sort of game where Sejuani should get a pretty free jungling phase because of how much power is in the lane. But this is not necessarily where the meta has been tending to post-Rift Rivals. A lot more updated meta, it feels like, on the side of Longzhu, specifically the Jarvan priority being higher. That can be an answer to these immobile carries. Really interesting game to come through. SKT not mixing up too much, largely going with what they feel like worked against Jin Air.
Alrighty, well, SKT, they've been backed into a corner. Down 0-6 in LCK, 0-7 with Rift Rivals tagged in there as far as their games are concerned. But now, one of the toughest opponents that they've had to face so far here in the summer split was Longzhu. And now they have to try to beat them again.
And as the game goes on, will it be hard for Prey to do damage? Yes, Galio and Sejuani can sit on the Kalista. But the early game snowball, if Longzhu gets 3 kills, the pain will rain down on SK Telecom T1.
All right, well, we'll have to keep our eye on this bottom lane, especially here with Gorilla going back over to that Thresh, see if they can get that lane priority and just take the game over from there. It's good to be back, Papa Smithy. I'm ready for some LCK action. This is one of the best matches we could have to kick things back off here. So let's go ahead and waste no more time and jump onto the Rift for game number 1. As I'd expect, all of these players have been anticipating this one for quite some time. I missed that sound.
Well,
I missed this desk.
I gotta admit, it's getting a little bit quieter each time, Achilles.
I missed your face.
That's for you to work out. But the
I've
T1
worked it
fans
out.
aren't in quite as unison as they were previously. The Longzhu fans happy. It's not a Prey fan, as far as I can tell.
I'm not sure what that was.
Well, there's plenty of fans out here on a very hot Thursday afternoon for what hopefully will be a great series. Again, Longzhu SKT in the first round robin was one of our big highlights. We didn't get a Telecom war, but we got SKT Longzhu. The second round robin, we get both, so we're getting greedy now. Kilios?
Feels good. Mountain Drink going to be the first one that we have. Starting off on the Rift, so maybe going to have some extra priority down around that bottom side of the map. Try to pick that up.
A lot of safety in the lanes for SKT. Longzhu have good pushing lanes, strong engage, but they will have very big struggles in the late game trying to push damage through Sejuani Galio. Even early with a Cinder Hulk and the damage reduction from the Galio ultimate, it's very difficult for Talia and Kalista to put damage through them unless it's early enough in the game. 1 item, sure, but 2, 3 items, then the insane tankiness will be a bit of a headache for Longzhu to deal with, but Longzhu have been very good in the early game, largely through things like Jace, so the Jarvan is a bit of a different experiment for Khan.
Saw him poke down around those Raptors, didn't get to harass out. To Peanut, was able to just go ahead and start up over by that red buff. Now just going to be pushing straight down into that bottom half of the jungle. Nice.
Cuz is going to be really empowered. As Sejuani, you always start a big buff because of how your passive interacts with the permafrost. You start the auto attack and you get the percentage HP damage on a red buff and you are able to take it down. So it's always a big buff start for Sejuani. It was in a ward as well, so Kuz is really empowered this game. He basically has almost complete information about where the Sejuani will pop.
Whether or not he can translate that into some nice early kills here for his team, it's going to be yet to be decided. That is going to be the idea here for him as he gets rolling. We'll see where his first visitation is going to be a bit hard to get a gank off onto somebody like Faker, just given the tankiness.
Expecting the Sejuani to go for Scuttlecrab after the Wolves, but he skipped Gromp. May actually be going over to his Wolves. He's not below half health.
Finally finish this one off. Will be walking forward, Cuz going to spot this out.
He's able to
Rotates
walk
up.
away.
Yeah, and he's just going to stay out of vision.
Remember, he has his full damage rotation up now. Here we go.
Yep. As the Drunken Rage goes forward, gets the flash immediately there from Peanut.
As some of Longzhu's level 1 plans have been genius, this game especially, read SK Telecom like a book. Warding the big buff, know that he'll start on a big buff, basically reading the jungle pathing. Bot lane, Wolf taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's going to flash to the side. Throwing out that Ignite. Slow up comes through here from Prey as he throws out the Ren, looking for a little bit more damage in onto Wolf. Takes him very low. And now Peanut will be arriving here in the bottom lane, but just going to go ahead and use that assault to just dash himself back over the wall. Doesn't find an opening.
This is the part where Longzhu will have pressure in at minimum 2 lanes, and given Rumble's longer cooldowns, Jarvan actually does a pretty good job of pushing in the Rumble early. So it is kind of the sort of paddock where Cuz, with his basically full read on the enemy jungler, can make of the game as he will. Peanut does go for that Scuttlecrab finally, doing some Metal Gear style plays around the Kalista Sentinel. It's pretty hard for Sejuani to dodge the cone there.
Yeah. No, I mean, you think back to Bengi's dodging with his Nunu,
Oh, good times.
wrapping around
High at
multiple
Worlds.
sentries.
High at Worlds on his Z as well.
There's been some good plays around this century from Callista in the past. But Peanut, yet again, going to be rejoining down to the bottom side. Looks like he's just going to go ahead and recall.
I mean, Peanut cannot be greedy. He really has a lot of headaches to deal with the Sejuani drafter, even though his lanes are strong. Early game, they'll be pushed in. Rumble, for this moment at least, able to push in. His flash is down, so he wants to queue into a camp for DPS, and then could just instantly die to a Gragas, who has spent most of the game getting now perfect vision on the blue side of SKT.
BDD going to look to start things up here.
An early roam. Khan has his E in 3 seconds.
Doesn't have the Dragon Strike here. Waiting for this one to come through. Can they get the knock-up? TP will be coming through from Faker in the base. Is he going to complete that? No, last second. We'll go ahead and cancel that one out. So they get the TP. They don't get a flash away from Antara, but still have to be pretty satisfied with that roam.
And because of the TP timing, actually BD is able to go back and buy and get to lane before it's going to be heavily shoved in. So he does still get a free back, and teleport is just burned to relieve pressure in the top lane. So pretty decent trade. Longzhu trading up, but in kind of micro victories, right? They're not anything to write home about. There still is that inevitability, that was hard to say for some reason, of how strong Sejuani and Galio will be the later parts of the game. But Cuz is bot now, and we really want to take
the
down
flash
Wolf.
play straight into the death sentence. Cuz arriving, and the Ren comes through, but Gragas will still be finding that final blow. First blood goes over to Longzhu.
Yeah, great stuff from Cuz. First the read on the enemy jungler, now visiting the lane where you had a Zyra with no summoners. SKT have been dogged in drafting Zyra and Lulu, looking for lane counter picks. Last pick Nami was their thing in the past. Been all about the Zyra and Lulu, and they've been losing more often than not as Cuz and Faker have a quick love tap in the side.
They just do no damage to each other.
Who does damage to Galio, really?
I don't know. And right now, Galio can't do damage to anybody, so
Even the minions. Feels bad, man.
it takes him a little bit to get through there. The budget rod of ages just, doesn't feel as good anymore.
Only do see the second Dorans just because of the AP values to clear, but even that is up in the air. Galio just gets super tanky. Kuro was the prophet, used to know no Doran's Ring build, even when Doran's Ring was broken, or maybe he was just slow on the meta, hard to read, but that build is certainly the staple now.
Yeah, I can't really tell with Kuro, because, on one hand, it's like, well, maybe he's just slow on it, but at the same time, he's our highest MVP at the moment.
Interesting choice by Khan. He actually rushes the Spectre's Cow. Usually we see Tiamat, we see Phage. It's not always a Rumble matchup, but you usually see offensive itemization to match wave clear, so that you have both the Q and the Tiamat proc also to push. This sort of suggests to me that he kind of admits that he's going to be taking a lot of damage. Usually when you see Spectre's Cow, you're not really chomping at the bit of your Cuz to be ganking for that lane. It's more a survival choice in an extended laning phase. So we'll see if that translates to largely bot side play, which admittedly has been Cuz's playbook so far.
Well, you mentioned that already, working his way around here. Peanut very low. We'll have to go back to base, and it's going to take him a while to get down to this bottom lane should a fight break out. Cuz just getting rid of the Gromp for now, and maybe just, we'll snatch up that blue buff. Nice timing.
And the wave pushed in at the same time. So far, the coordination with their jungler that at the start of the season wasn't always great, you'll remember, has been super good so far in this particular game and has gotten significantly better over the season. Cuz hit 6 off the blue buff, so could potentially make a visit bot lane, but no Fate's Call available just yet. In fact, there could be 4 here very quickly.
Well, you spotted out. We'll go ahead and clear out that ward.
Do have to respect Galio's Hero's Entrance, so teleport and Hero's Entrance up from Faker. Nothing wrong with pushing up, posturing, and putting the fear into the minds of SKT.
I mean, fear, not something that they're really used to playing with, but as of late, it seems like that is much more the case.
What is this new emotion I'm feeling? It feels like losing.
I was not previously programmed to experience this.
Yeah, the Faker robot, which of course back in the day people like to liken him to a robot, is I don't know how if he even has that emotion in his database.
They've updated his firmware, and
I think there's some bugs there, Achilles. Roll it back!
he needs to download more RAM. All right, well, BDD is going to get that nice little Galio rotation coming through. Does chunk him out a decent little bit here. But nothing more than that. Peanut a bit too far behind to try to offer up that Glacial Prison to find a kill.
But the early game playbook from Longzhu hasn't grown anything. First Blood, yes. A bit of a gold lead, yes. But the moment you start seeing Cinder Hulk, tank itemization on Faker and Peanut. Is it impossible for Longzhu to win? Certainly not, but if they're pacing tankiness with damage from the sides of Kalista and Taliyah, the tankiness comes cheaper in most cases and is pretty damn effective. Something like the adaptive helm, you could say, from Faker is very likely given how Taliyah's threaded volley works. There's some very good answering itemization for the Taliyah especially, and Sejuani is one of the best at sitting on Kalista and stopping her doing damage. So even though it's a good start for Longzhu, sort of game where you're never really sure how big your lead needs to be, and that sometimes spurs over-aggression.
Well, nothing too crazy here from Longzhu at the moment. He's going to be handing off this blue buff for BDD so he can just poke more, he can clear better. But the game has slowed down, and like you said, Longzhu haven't really been advancing much. Gold lead actually getting drawn back in, reined back in rather, by SK Telecom.
I mean, it's been smart play. It's been tight play. It's been well communicated. But like I say, is it enough? It's going to be
accelerate.
It's going to be the check-in. So far, the return to laning focus in the bot lane hasn't really been their friend. The reason why I talk about that is that Zyra Varus, super common lane in spring season, but the engaged supports were well out of meta, and it wasn't as relevant that, let's say you get double killed in lane, you just return to lane. You just return to lane, you'd be behind an item, but maybe you get a gank and it'll work out. In this meta, your Thresh or your Braum, you're able to roam and make plays around the map. Moby Boots 900 gold, you can make things happen. It's a very different meta. And with Engage coming from the jungle and support, and even the AD carry with the Fate's Call, there's so many different ways to kill a Zyra and Doran's Shield that these are sort of things that can happen.
Well, it's going to be the Weaver's Wall coming through. Wolf immediately going to flash over. We'll get that TP from Faker.
That wasn't a good teleport from Faker.
Actually very poor, you'd have to say. Everybody was already disengaged, and he's like, I'm going to go in 1v4, guys.
Yeah, that was just poor communication, I would say, is the problem there. Usually it's a team move. The Faker especially, who's always been judicious on summoners.
He really does need that update.
Sometimes you update your firmware, there's bugs. I've downloaded many iOS updates, often bugs.
Now he's laggy. But Peanut popping over the wall with the blast cones. Just going to find that control ward. A little bit of damage down onto Gorilla, but won't be finding that gank entrance that he was looking for instead. Likely just going to have to use that Arctic Assault to get over the wall. Most cast will come through. Hero's entrance from Fakers. That lockup does come down from that Glacial Prison, but now that's going to be that Lantern dragging him out. Hook not going to connect in onto Bang. TP being completed for Khan. Will arrive, throws down the Cataclysm, and Wolf will get locked into the pit, and he's going to die. Prey picks up his first kill. 2-0 here for Longzhu, so very extended bot lane visitation here from both sides, but Longzhu are the ones that put a kill on the board.
And there were teleport wards for Antara, but clearly didn't get a call to teleport because never used it during the entire time. Pushing aggressively in topside, still not teleporting.
Still looking for a little bit more. Death Sentence comes through. Flay in onto Faker, but the taunt comes down from the Galio. Prey jumping his way back with
now
his
the teleport comes in.
Keeps himself safe, but yeah, Antara is dropping in from behind. Fate's Call coming through. Prey throws Gorilla forward, but might just be throwing him into his death. Antara. Actually, they're going to try to turn this one around because Cuz is re-engaging Khan going forward. Let's get the pop-up, and they're able to get the kill as Gorilla snatches that up. SKT, a 1-for-2 in the end. They still will come out a bit further behind.
Yeah, he still does trade up, like you say, Achilleos. The teleport, while it was late, sure, it was a nice equalizer, but no one was really on the same page from the side of SKT. 2 teleports in a row now. You kind of ask your question marks, even though it ended up with a late 1-for-1 after the initial kill went the way of Longzhu, and they're going to keep invading. Peanut's low.
Well, that's going to be the blast cone. Seems like BDD didn't quite get the angle that he wanted. Doesn't go over the wall here with Cuz. Maybe that was the plan. Not exactly sure, but the blue buff will just be going over to SKT as they head home. So Longzhu just going to go ahead back off of that. Don't want to get overly aggressive. Bot lane giving up that kill, something that they would have rather avoided.
And Khan's build goes very against his identity. Remember, this is a Jace player. This guy will play true carries in the top lane. This is the first time I've ever seen him rush pure tankiness when damage was an option. Going for Adaptive Helm basically tells me he wants to use his initiation and thinks that the team has enough damage that he can sit on top of basically as much AoE as possible and just shut down specifically Bang. This is a item build where he wants to ignore the magic damage around the Varus and just increase CC duration because he just won't die very fast.
Bit of an extended visit here to this bot lane. Brush from Cuz doesn't find an opening. Bang avoiding that wall so the Death Sentence can't come through. He'll just be retreating back to pick up this red buff. Is spotted out by that control ward in the brush. We'll see if he checks it on the way out of here. likely going to be standing for a bit longer, as is this Mountain Drake right now. 14 minutes in, no one has really even glanced at it.
It is caught mid lane.
Just get locked up a bit. Peanut coming forward, but doesn't want to commit in with the ultimate. They'd have to go in underneath the tower. They knew that Cuz was in the vicinity, as he does say hello with that little body slam.
Crucially, BDD didn't use either cleanse or flash as well. Steadfast use of summoners from a lot of our top mid laners recently.
Top mid laners is a confusing way to say that.
Agreed, but I'm talking about BDD, Crown, Horn, these sort of guys. Faker, I guess, is in there as well.
I was gonna say, like, top mid laners like Jace, you can play him in both. Galio, J4 once upon a time.
Good old Jarvan. Mid lane Jarvan was a thing for a hot second. Sarsen, a big fan. There's a name we don't talk about anymore. He retired. His last attempt to qualify for LCK.
It was the best for everyone.
He played a lot of different champions.
23?
Something like that.
Something like the final count.
That was a weird spring season. 2016.
Yeah. And then they dominated the challenger scene and then lost.
A lot of vision control from SKT around the bottom side of the map now. Previously was Longzhu's playground. Very deep control ward just to spot the pathing from Gragas. Not the sort of vision you can really play around, though, you should notice, whereas you can tell from Longzhu's vision exactly what they want to be doing. It's kill this man.
Well, Cuz already using that. Roll the barrel. Will just get jumped on. Untara trying to turn this one around, and he's just going to find it. That last auto attack, well, overheated, just beats Cuz into the ground.
Yeah, it seems like Cuz was also disconnected from his team. There was no space for BDD to roam top. Had no way to get out. Heroic Entrance came in as well. Jarvan not in position, BDD not in position, solo death from Cuz, you'd say.
Getting Corruption thrown down here. Gorilla gonna get popped up by the Strangled Thorns. Now you can see the death ready to come through as the Fates call will come out. Gorilla arriving into the fight with the flash forward. Faker finds a double taunt, and they're gonna go down. Double kill going over to the Galio. Can't quite chase in underneath the turret to finish off BDD, at least not at the moment. So he will retain his life, but SKT now taking a kill lead in this game.
And these kills are so crucial. While Cuz makes a mistake, he had been the star of the first 15 minutes for the side of Longzhu. SKT outplay Longzhu around the bot side, specifically their tanks getting gold. Faker loading up the kills. Now between the two of them, the tankiness we talked about that will really be where this game turns in team fights will start to be accumulated by Peanut and Faker.
Cuz going over the wall, it's enough for SKT to go ahead and peel back away from that Dragons, who still will be standing for the moment. As the TP comes down here from Khan, needs to arrive swiftly to stop this turret from going over, because first brick has eluded us thus far.
Something that Longzhu would have expected given how the early game went, but SKT have stood firm. They have not been making sort of decision-making errors they had in their 3-loss series in a row in the LCK. A lot more steadfast, and their draft answers Longzhu super well in fights. So while we were appreciative of how well Longzhu played around their jungler specifically in the early game, headaches start to come through from Longzhu.
Oh.
Peanut.
Yeah, he is in vision, body slam coming through. Faker now arriving, but Peanut just takes so much damage, and he will get finished off as Cuz finds that kill. So tying things up here, 4-4. Still a bit of a gold lead here for Longzhu, but it's the same gold lead that has been there for a very long time. They have not been able to grow it.
And it's also the side of the map where they'd invested all their control wards and vision, and it's really only a 1-for-1 over time, given that was Neo, where Cuz died, taking the Krogs just a few minutes ago. So they've invested all their vision budget into taking this top lane turret, into making kills on the enemy jungler. Actually picking up the turret is the big objective, but they're calling in BDD. That should happen now. Is okay. Super deep teleport from Antara.
Yeah, full wrap around here. Faker with a hero's entrance.
Bot lane
Down
party.
to the bottom lane, but yeah, yet again, the elusiveness of that Kalista Thresh duo does get Prey and Gorilla out safely. They will be able to exchange this turret, but will not be getting that bonus gold, so Longzhu are moving forward a bit quicker.
It means they will also have the tempo advantage onto Rift Herald, which it looks like they're going to be moving over to. Talia has to answer the mid lane wave, so they actually have to abort it after starting the pigs onto it. But it seems like Cuz will just take forever to take it himself.
For a second, I thought they were actually going to try to contest that turret, but with Antara still sitting nearby would have been a very risky move. Cuz peeling off that Rift Herald as they both jump in onto Faker. He's going to get that double taunt coming through.
He's a real tank.
Forward. Cuz taking a bit of damage. Seems like both of them are going to go their separate ways.
I love that SKT read the situation, knew that Rift Herald was going to be the obvious spot for Longzhu to go. Sends Faker alone to contest it. Enough to stop it, so that's a free Drake over to SKT. A Rift Herald answer.
BDD just playing defensively here for his squad, just throwing down that Weaver's wall to make sure they can't chase forward.
But let's talk about what SKT was able to achieve, because just from Faker walking up, even though he had Hero's entrance to use as a global if something else happened elsewhere, no longer could Longzhu play around their strong side, which had been the top side of the map where a lot of their control wards were and where their advanced vision were. They couldn't take the Rift Herald, and then they were forced to rotate through where SKT had put all their vision, their own red side jungle, and that's why BDD was so defensive, had to throw down the wall, and so basically SKT changed the path of battle, the field of battle, to where they were strongest. This is not the SKT we saw for 6 games in a row, so it's nice to see already they're playing around their strengths rather than minimizing their weaknesses, which unfortunately has kind of been the recent story.
This has been going back to the SKT that we saw versus Longzhu the first time around.
I mean, SKT are the ultimate team where you get no free lunches. This is the team that always, even if they lost the early game, wards would be on point. Their sideways would be on point. Faker, there's not much excitement here. It's still Galio.
Yep. He's just going to Justice punch his way out of there.
And that was kind of the thing, was that SKT were doing some interesting new things, but their standbys were the things that were letting them down. Their ability to set up so cleanly and so smartly was letting them down. This game, it's tightened up pretty significantly.
Longzhu still looking to go ahead and advance as much as they can. We'll go ahead and start this engagement down onto Faker. The play comes back through. He's just more interested in clearing out the wave, but now BDD's wrapping up from the side, as is Cuz. Faker going to be completely surrounded as the turret goes down. They pick up the kill is going to be the question. Play yet again coming through. The box gets dropped. Cuz goes in.
Nice sidestep.
But yeah, Faker not going to get caught up in that one, and he's got the hero's entrance to take himself out to safety. The flag and drag not quite going to find the knock-up. That's the Cataclysm coming through, and Khan will go down. They do trade in onto Faker. Wolf also falling as Longzhu tries to keep trading up, but it's a double kill over to Bang, equalizing the count, making it a 2-for-2.
A 2-for-2 in a 5v4. Super good plays from Faker to dodge all of the initiation and pick CC. And by the time Khan went in, he acted as if he had a Black Cleaver Tiamat. He's gone a tank build. He's only an initiator. So a decision-making mistake by Khan at the end. The start of it is fine. The moment that Faker had to use his first taunt to stop himself being dived, it was going to be a free turret. They already got the free turret, but then they get greedy. Khan feels like he can kill Faker, but he still has immense tankiness, and Khan doesn't have the damage. Following up and doing damage to a backline is not what Longzhu's comp does well. They don't have Hurricane. They have a Talia and a Callista hitting the closest target. Big mistake there, although it's Bang.
Yeah, Bang pushing up here in the mid lane, gets chunked out, has to use the flash. So a lot of summoner spells used here from SK Telecom. Those last skirmishes, just a flash out from Khan. All that we really saw from the side of Longzhu. But SKT were able to pick up that top lane turret, and yet again, they're just keeping this around 1,000 gold pounds. So they are very much in this match.
And it's a different role for Khan, who 7-0 Jace, 4-1 Renekton. Both those champions don't really shoulder primary initiation. They're about pressure, but they're not necessarily about starting fights. He goes for an item build that is focused on initiation, and then he actually makes a mistake that baits his team into going too aggressively into an inner turret and a very tanky SKT lineup. So with the J-Span, which was the big adjustment in the first round, Khan has to do something different, and that was one small area where Khan is disconnected from his very high ceilings we've seen elsewhere this season.
Longzhu now looking to knock down this final outer turret. It's already about 50%, but the wave clear from SKT is pretty significant. What with that Varus coming through, Faker looking for a taunt, doesn't find anything. They will hold on to that turret for a bit longer so far.
Good CS leads for the side of Longzhu, who have been able to, as they've been rotating around trying to help Peanut in the early game, and just at the 2v2 laning phase, been able to do very well. But doesn't mean 2 items on Callista, with the QSS has delayed her power spike, which for now makes her less formidable in the 5v5, and those tank itemizations, they're coming, Achilles.
Poking his head in from behind. Bray gonna get jumped on. Is able to take that dark passage out to safety. Now Khan's gonna be completely locked out. Wolf will be the first one that goes down. Just a bit too far forward there with that Zyra. Takes that one with his life, but can Longzhu get more? Can they even get the turn? It's gonna be the question. A big equalizer coming through from Antara, and they're gonna scoop up a kill in onto that Callista. A double taunt yet again. Comes down from Faker. They get Gorilla Khan. One hit away from dead. Can they follow up for it? Seems like he might just get himself out of here safely. As BDD and Cuz try to retreat, they have the wave clear to maintain a hold over this turret for the moment, but SKT yet again trading up. Cuz going forward, looking for something as the barrel roll nearly kills Faker.
There's the teleport coming through from Khan.
Doesn't have much mana, but the Khan TP is coming through from the backside. Tries to get the prediction, but doesn't do it. But Faker is still going to be dead. A nice little fancy play there. The size up on the Justice Punch. Peanut will have that flash available, but BDD, he is out for blood. As is Khan, they come over the wall. Can they get the hit? One more will do it, and BDD is able to get it through with the threaded volley.
While it was a really nice sidestep from Faker, it was still the right flag and drag because there was no exit path if he was establishing that way.
No matter what.
Exactly. It's the right decision. He's forcing them to juke into the Talia and his inevitable death. They get 2 kills on the outside. Nice teleport coming through from Khan. These fights are getting insane, but credit SKT. Their focus onto Prey when his QSS was down was what allowed them to turn the fight. It is so much on BDD and Prey to do damage with the low damage build coming through from Khan. They took him down. It went even. Longzhu still are in the driver's seat, but SKT are at least fighting. It looks more like the old SKT that we know and love.
Wolf just starting things off, getting absolutely annihilated in the front line, but then Faker, I mean, the big taunts ready to come through.
Yeah, the permafrost coming through into the nice equalizer from Antara. And then there's the lack of damage. That's the problem here. BDD has a decent mana bar, so he can do some damage, but not enough to actually turn things. Khan's teleport back in was the big factor. So the picture-in-picture, the Infernal Drake does go to SK Telecom.
Yeah, are able to pick that one up, and it seems like we have another fight breaking out. It's the picture is a bit too small for me to try to cast off this one, but
no, GM, give it to us.
There we go. We flip back over, and BDD is going to be the first one that goes down in the fight. Hero's entrance now from Faker gets the pop up in onto Gorilla.
Prey's free hitting.
Desperately tries to turn this one around. Prey is free hitting, looking for a kill onto Antara.
It's a big win.
Faker first, and now Antara will fall. Double kill going over to Khan, so they lose out on that Infernal Drake. We're going to have another replay. Probably miss another fight, but Longzhu, they kill 4, and now they're looking for Baron.
Unfortunately, we were on about 3 inches of monitor here, Achilleos, with our small monitors and the picture-in-picture. But the fight around the Infernal Drake seemed to be forced, and in the end goes massively the way of Longzhu. SKT will have to judge their decision-making from the replay. Peanut is around, same level as Cuz. Let's see if they can interrupt him, because they do have the rent to secure this. This should be Baron to Longzhu.
How much do you want to go for this one? Seems like it's a bit of a do or die moment. Has that blast cone ready to go if he wants to try to pop in to the pit. The death sentence comes through, and he is just going to surrender this one. Takes it out for a ride. The Rend is there to claim the Baron. So Longzhu finally able to grow that gold lead that had stagnated for 20 minutes.
All right, now let's find out how. So the big question, we saw Cuz come in, he didn't get it, and I was like, okay, this is going to back away. I was still focused on the replay. It goes super hard opening onto Faker. Peanut initiates onto BDD, who is taken out, but the explosive cask is massive in the backline, and Prey, with his QSS down, this time has no more threats to respect. Galio walking away, Antara walking away. This is what Kalista can do in an early fight. If she gets free targeting, she is able to clean up teamfight. She is truly the snowball early game teamfight AD carry, and Prey did his job.
And again, this is one of those things that SKT didn't really respect or maybe expect from Longzhu to first pick this Kalista legacy pick, as you say, but they go right back over to it, and Prey, he is having one hell of a game, 4-3-5 at the moment.
I actually disagree with that analysis. They had to know it was likely, but they thought they had the answer. They thought Sejuani Galio would be enough tankiness and just say, okay guys, it's a Kalista, wait and we'll be fine. Eventually we'll be fine. The fight around the Infernal Drake doesn't go the way they expect, and by the time it does, Kalista is able to actually win a fight when she was strongest.
All-out siege mode here now for Longzhu, trying to knock down these inner turrets. Won't be able to do so. Still the wave clear, even with those Baron-empowered minions, is very strong from SK Telecom. It's just going to be a bit of back and forth between this mid and bottom lane, but it seems like Longzhu will have the break this time.
Yeah, the problem in the previous fight was everything being used onto BDD. Sure, there's 2 squishy, consistent DPS dealers, but this is the time in the game where Kalista has to be priority #1 above all else, and the moment Kalista didn't have constant CC and constant threat on her, she was able to win. So it was just a decision-making mistake. They feel like they can contain the Kalista, but they gave the Kalista a bit of a bounty of gold, and that may be difficult, at least for the next 5 minutes, until another tank item comes on to both the front lines.
Well, certainly suffering for leaving that up now. Prey is going to be looking for more and more kills, has had a nice CS lead throughout that laning phase over top of Bang. As the kills to back it up as well, so plenty of gold going over to him. Quite a many few kills in this game so far, just about to be 29 minutes through.
Bang does short a lot of the damage on the side of SKT. We've been so focused on the Kalista and the Taliyah, we have to remember that the damage is largely gated around Bang, being able to put out massive damage in fights. He is 50 CS behind, even with Zyra as the support counterpick. So losing lane this significantly for Bang and Wolf has certainly not been a staple of most of their ascent over the past couple of years. And Varus always does have damage queries. There is still a Jarvan that can make his positioning almost impossible in a team fight. So battle of the AD carries the next fight. It feels like whichever team has the AD carry lead should inevitably win the fight.
Well, now push forward here. Faker going a bit too far up. We'll have that double taunt yet again, trying to keep himself safe. Justice punches out away from that death sentence. Will not get locked down, but Longshu seems like they want to go all in to knock down this final inner turret.
Looking up.
Pushing forward. Baron Buck getting ready to expire. Death sentence comes through in onto Peanut, but it's very tanky there with that Sejuani. Keeps himself
Weaver's
safe.
Wall already used to try to keep them cordoned off. They will take free damage, but no more for now.
I mean, BDD just has him backed into a corner, and he's just pelting them with rocks. So several of them do get chipped down to around half HP. Have to go back to the fountain, and that will be Longshu claiming that final inner turret. Just the inhibitor ones remaining here for this squad. But in the meantime, seems like they're going to go ahead and go back, spend this gold that they got, and then get prepped for that Infernal Drake that's going to be spawning in a minute.
Isn't it amusing that a year later, because Taliyah, of course, was massive this time last year, just before her nerfs went live. The nerfs went live just around the playoffs in summer 2016. And it was because, well, she pushes every lane in, and then she's basically Twisted Fate with more damage. Now this year, actually the use of Taliyah in summer seems to have been totally different. Sure, the shoving is still true, but it's honestly a bit Rumble-esque where you walk up to a turret, you put down the Weaver's Wall, it might as well be an equalizer, and you get a free objective. So the objective trades keep going well for Longshu because they're smart with the use of the Weaver's Wall. It's no longer that global, which it can be, but almost every scenario it's used to secure objectives as Longshu continue to rain down turrets. They have 6 outer turrets and inner turrets down. It's only the base turrets that separate them from breaking the base.
So what you're saying is nerf Taliyah.
Yes, absolutely. But I mean, she's cool, so
Yeah.
at least she's a fun champion in the meta. But still walking up for now. Very deep
Wrapping around,
teleport.
yeah, Khan coming in from behind. Explosive cast comes through, separates a bit of the SKT squad here. Bang's going to be the first one that gets jumped on. Flag and drag coming through. The pop-ups are there, and Khan will be able to claim the kill, and now it's just going to be all spilling over in favor of Longshu. Prey firing away, trying to get that chase down in onto Wolf. Will let him escape with his life for the moment, but everybody else on SKT will not be able to say the same. That final kill there, the 4th one picked up for BDD, and that could just be the end of the game right here.
And the Gragas is the champion that is allowing the Kalista to do damage because you think, okay, there's a formation. How are we ever going to get past the Gallia and the Sejuani? The Cask scatters everyone, and suddenly there is target acquisition. Suddenly, Wolf and Bang are often going down first in fights. They're going to take down an inhibitor, and we're looking like it's going to be that 8 in a row, Achilleos.
Certainly does seem like it. Bang getting ready to respawn, but can he do anything to try to stop this? No ultimates, no summoner spells available here for the Varus. It's just he and Wolf versus the world. Members of Longshu are rather low, but now that Nexus is exposed. Wolf with no ultimate, they'll just jump straight in onto Bang, almost take him down, but they say, you know what? Let's not get too greedy. Let's just go straight in for the Nexus, and that is the 8th straight game loss that SKT has suffered.
And the weird thing for SKT fans is that it was better. There was adjustments, there were improvements, the draft was sound to a point, and yet they still lost, and yet Longshu was still better. The team fight phase where they ignored Kalista for a single fight allowed enough items to come in, and then Cuz, with the on-point Gragas cast, scattered the troops. Suddenly, one of Wolf or Bang was the first person to fall. And that was the big problem there. And also, you have to look back at the draft and say, they keep trying to last pick for bot lane, and it keeps failing. They keep losing lanes with a bot lane support counter pick. That should not be acceptable at the highest level when it's Bang and Wolf. They keep investing in these ranged supports to try to get them through laning phase, and it's not working.
Well, rough stuff here for SK Telecom. Like you said, progression, but just not enough. They do suffer this loss.
Watch the Cask here. Oh, look at the Cask wins them the game. There's nothing they can do because Thresh has flash up, the Flay comes in, and suddenly the formation of, hey, we know who our MVP is. It's Bang in the back line. Look how beefy we are. It doesn't matter because they're able to gap close. They're able to get in there. Another reason why Jarvan is so strong in this meta is he has access to the back line. A couple mistakes from Jarvan earlier meant very little once we got to this phase of the game. Cuz was the MVP of that fight for sure. Completely scattered SKT, and that was what allowed them to win the game.
That was the money cast right there from Cuz. So nicely done by the rookie here on this Longshu squad. They start the series off with a victory. This is what happened last time around. They were able to take game 1 and then lost the next 2.
A month seems like a couple of months seem like so long ago though, Achilles. This is 8 in a row. This is unprecedented. We're 2 games away from SKT being double-digit game losses in a row.
Yeah.
Unimaginable.
I mean, very few teams have done that. You think of MVP here, longest loss streak, CJ Entis from last year, Jin Air Green Wings.
The fans say this is the time to lose. You're not in the finals. You're not in the postseason. At some point, you kind of have to lose that thought, Achilles, because the problems are glaring and they continue to mountain up.
Well, we'll see if they can do anything about it here in the short term as we get ready to go to a quick break. SKT backs against the wall yet again. Will it be another 0-2 loss for these guys? 9 straight games in a row, 4 series. Rough stuff here if you're an SKT fan. Longshu, however, looking strong.
as a wild bird sings. A sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's like. As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? All the shots bring it back to what it's like.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. Gonna take a look at the damage charts here. BDD topping things out, nearly hitting that 22,000 mark. And what was a pretty swift game, I guess, overall, 32 minutes. Not too long there here for Longshu to close out the win. Definitely had some slowed down moments in the mid game, but by the end, it was just very fast paced.
Yeah, they rolled the dice. They thought, okay, Prey has not played any Kalista in 2017. We know he can play Kalista, legacy Kalista player, of course. Big pick for him in 2015. They tried to roll the dice. They had a containment strategy, but it failed. MVP will go to BDD for this one. Great weave as well usage around objectives. I would have argued for Cuz, who had a great game from the jungle on Gragas. But apart from Khan, who had a couple of question mark engages in the mid game, everyone on Longzhu was on point. SKT better than previously, but the biggest story of this game was how well they dealt with Peanut. Even before this replay, their level 1 warding and plan to take away the Sejuani's flash. Peanut, we've said so many times, this is not the meta for him if it's going to be a tank jungle meta. The tank jungle meta is where we are. It will get even more apparent in 7-14 about initiation tanks, and Peanut was a bit of a non-factor in this game. Faker, great on the Galio, great with the sidesteps. But a couple of casks later, didn't really matter how strong the Galio was if Varus couldn't put out damage.
Some even fights there for SK Telecom, sort of trading things back. Was looking bad for Longzhu for a while. The gold lead not stretching, but well, they put their foot on the accelerator and the game just absolutely took off in their favor, sweeping through all of the turrets rather swiftly, getting that Baron as well off the backside of that 4K fight for them. But BDD just cleaning up house. Jump back a couple seconds.
How many Taliyah MVPs will we get in a row? Everyone is playing Taliyah, and even the pseudo lane counters like Corki, the Orianna, the options you had, that was the cast that won them the game. No winning from there for SKT. Finally access to the backline, great teleport from Khan as well, but it feels like, honestly, we have this constant trend. Champions working against SKT. The Kalista is now 3-0 against SKT since Rift Rivals. They have not been able to win with it, so it kind of feels like 0-5, given they have 2 losses with it and have lost against it 3 times. They took the Gambit. They thought the Jace from Khan was more important. Khan had a down game, but the Kalista was still the downfall largely of SKT.
Well, you can see right there, no substitutions going to be made by SK Telecom, which is a bit interesting to see, actually. Thought perhaps we would see the swap outs coming through. Maybe Huni would make his return, but they will still be pushing forward with Untara, with Peanut, and I guess technically with Faker as well, because there still is Sky in the background.
I just hope that when we get to the playoffs, when inevitably SKT will highly expect it to be involved in some fashion, even if it's from the baby steps of it, let's hope that the choices they make in lineup make sense, because we're learning a bit about every configuration of SKT as we move forward. SKT are on blue side this time, so can ban Jace with a bit more freedom. But what I want to see from SKT is a more meta bot lane setup. It's about getting something like Braum onto Wolf. Thresh also a pick he's played. But getting some sort of champion that has roaming support, that can actually visit side lanes and make plays happen. They keep counter-picking for bot lane, and it's not working. And Wolf on the Zyro was just called out too many times in game 1.
Yeah, way too squishy, just pushing forward, trying to get those roots down, but instead gets punished for it. Galio will be banned away here by SK Telecom alongside that Jace, as you mentioned. So far, it's just going to be standard from Longzhu, the Caitlyn, and the Zac.
I don't think they have too many queries. I think Longzhu will go pretty tutorial bans. Third one here, expected to be the Kalista, even if Bang has been struggling on it. It'd be a surprise to see anything else, but we had the surprise in game 1. Blue side Thresh ban for SKT is a bit of a worry, gotta say. Was a big pick for Wolf when he started, and okay, Longzhu have the same read I do. I thought it would just be a Kalista ban, so that part I was mistaken on. But they do not want to allow Faker the lane pressure of the LeBlanc that hasn't yet been a big pick in Korea, but is very strong into certain champions like the Talia. It can carry through mid-games. It's so massive as a pick that it is being banned in NA very frequently. It gets through here, and speaking of what gets through, Longzhu just takes so much power on the red side in exchange for getting Peanut his second Elise of the season. He's a great Elise, but you know when you're out of meta, when in the Cinder Hulk meta you have to rush for Elise first pick just to allow Peanut a good matchup.
Yeah. I mean, he was the one, started the Proto Belt Elise, going very aggressive with that pick, so could see him just go back to that style.
But the problem is,
that's a Kog'Maw now.
You look at your picks and you're like, okay, well, Kog'Maw is good against the Kalista. That's an option you can go. A lot of teams, when they see Kalista first pick, will go into a protect the Kog'Maw comp. But then the Elise sticks out as a sore thumb. Sure, she can be a bit of a bridging point, get 4 kills in the early game, and allow your lanes to have pressure. But usually you want a Gragas with the Kog'Maw. We even saw Skarner with the Kog'Maw of all things from KT. You usually want some sort of displacement tank to buy space for the Kog'Maw. So already there's a disconnect between the two. And speaking of Gragas, after a fantastic Gragas game, why not go for it again? And Longzhu already have 3 of the same picks. I'm worried, Achilleos, because they can't get 5, but they can get pretty close to the same picks as Game 1.
I'm sure everybody watching and trying to cheer for SKT at this moment is getting a little bit worried here. Kog'Maw, if he can make it to that late game point, can absolutely destroy anybody that Longzhu brings to the table. But can he get there is going to be the question. You see the Braum ban coming through. Seems like Longzhu, expecting this Karma to be in the mid lane for Faker, has played this recently as well.
Yeah, it's been a big pick for him over the course of the season, but not recently. He's 1-1 on it for summer season. It honestly hasn't been a big pick in either role. I guess Crown has been playing it pretty frequently, but has been a pick in 2017 that Faker has enjoyed. A lot of engaged supports being banned. They want to get relative safety for their Kog'Maw, but you got to say Gragas already, and the Weaver's Wall to some extent, are things that Kog'Maw are going to be frustrated about. Fate's Call is another gap closer. Kalista Alistar is available for Longzhu if they want it, and it's a big pick. So will we actually see an Alistar ban from SKT?
Well, they already banned the Rakan, so could just go ahead, double down with the supports. And it's going to be Jax yet again showing a lot of respect to Khan in that top lane. And also just keeping it out of the hands of Vantara.
So in this scenario, Longzhu finds themselves in a similar spot as SKT, where they can either blind pick a laner or blind pick support. Will Longzhu look for just a support line? They could just take Alistar here. You have the Kalista for a safe laning phase, or they could go somewhere else, and they're going to counter-pick support again. Maybe they want a bit more safety if they're going to take an engaged melee support. So Camille will be the blind pick top laner, about the strongest of split pushes available, with the Jace and the Jax banned away.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this banned away by SKT in Game 1, so did not want that into the hands of Khan, but this time around we'll be able to get that Camille, which means that he's going to have that lock-on going up against this Kog'Maw, can just go ahead, keep him trapped into that ultimatum, and try to allow for the rest of the team to follow up and take him down.
Old counterpick of the Renekton into Camille. Now, Camille can snowball on Renekton. We've seen Smeb do that a couple of times. So, imagine that a lot of the attention from Kaz is going to be topside. Lulu, Kog'Maw, Karma as a duo makes sense, but it is a return to probably Lulu's support. Could still be Lulu mid lane, I guess. Outside chance. That flex comes in, and there's a Blitzcrank. Okay, they see a squishy support and a squishy Kog'Maw. Honestly, even Elise is a good grab target. Everyone except Renekton is grabbable, and Gorilla, for the first time in a very long time, will be running the Blitzcrank.
All right, I mean, we already saw some pretty good accuracy there with the death sentences on that Thresh in Game 1, so now we'll have the Blitzcrank to come through, so very excited to see Gorilla pick this one up. It's been a major pick, also here in LCK, but, in the West as well, has been making a massive resurgence as a support, and going into the hands of Gorilla, one of the best that we have, is going to be quite a treat, Papa
And
Smithy.
it's actually, as far as I can tell, his first career game on Blitzcrank. He's played 441 games in Korea, no games of Blitzcrank, so big time to make a debut for a pick that's always been around the edge of the meta. He wasn't around in the Mad Life days right back in Season 1, Season 2. He's going to be jumping on the Blitzcrank. I thought it would be his favorite Alistar, but this is a treat to see.
All right, well, just showing us something new, perhaps in their game to close out against SK Telecom T1. Longzhu have that momentum. We'll see if SKT can break it, finally find themselves a win.
SKT, they don't want to go to Hook City, but Gorilla, he's inviting them.
He's taking them there, I think against their will. But we'll see what happens. We'll see if he can deliver with this pick, because like you said, first time in his career to bring this one out. Doesn't want it to be a flop, wants to have a massive amount of success and just shut out SKT with another 2-0 loss.
Lots of hype about their Achilles. Against game very shortly, but Kalista Blitz. Think of the hook length. You can pull off some fun tricks with those two.
I mean, this is the Ballista composition that we've seen. You have some very dirty plays when you couple that Fate's Call in, really drag people in underneath that turret. Let's go ahead, load up for game 2.
Whoa.
Okay, here we go.
No time for fighting. We're getting fighting on the Rift.
All right, well, T1 fighting indeed. Faker already without that flash. And, I mean, yeah, they could just go for another invade if they really want to.
But also, let's credit Longzhu, because game 1, they had information about the predictable pathing from a Sejuani and got a massive lead through how they warded at level 1 and how they played. Now they have the information that Faker's flash is down. You can make some aggressive plays of your own with that information, so excited to see what they do. We see a ward from Untara on the enemy red, but that was spotted by Longzhu, so that's information they can work around. If Longzhu can set up control rods around the bot side, Talia plus a roaming Blitzcrank, if he's not in vision, you get control ward supremacy on bot side. It is the most headaches for a Kog'Maw. We've seen Kog'Maw comps even as recently as Rift Rivals tried against the Blitzcrank, and there's nothing you can do if you lose vision control, and no flash karma, a Lulu support, it's pretty easy to lose vision control against what Longzhu has.
SKT, I mean, they were able to get some pretty good vision there in game 1, but it's going to have to be that much better going up against this Blitzcrank. Peanut going to be starting things off down around the bottom side, Cuz as well, so just going to be mirror jungling as they both work their way towards the top.
And that's kind of the thing that I think people have realized. There's been a lot of indirect buffs to Blitzcrank. The quest on the Relic Shield is great for him, the extra shield when he's opening up for initiation. A lot of nerfs to the range supports, Joan Shield coming in, pushing the likes of Lulu, Karma, and Zyra mostly out of the meta. SKT argues with you on that point, but mostly out of the meta. But then you get control ward line with a Blitzcrank, and hyper carries can't even enter laning phase because of the threat. It's all about the threat of a hook, not necessarily always about the hook accuracy. So a lot of options moving forward for Longzhu as Peanut is spotted on the invade.
Going to be pushing through here. The red buff quite low enough here. Just taking a little bit of damage. Peanut looking to walk through, but actually, does he just...
He's juggling the aggro quite smartly there. They expect him to be there as bot lane.
Prey going low, but not feeling enough pressure to go ahead and pop out the heal or the flash.
I'm surprised he was able to keep it leashed in that brush. Wow, okay.
That's done by Cuz. Now going to be walking over. Will find these Krugs
and
going
now,
down.
Camille's actually closer to react here.
Khan coming over the wall will dodge out on that hook shot. Drops back in. Throws out the cocoon. Do they want to go in for this one? And Tara says yes. Dashes through, and the flash will come through from the Gragas.
Didn't want to give double buffs over to Renekton in a counter matchup early against the Camille. Smart choice from Cuz, but this time it's going to be the Longzhu jungler without a flash early. That was the spot Peanut was in game 1.
Nice dodge out there by Peanut. Realizing that repel at the perfect time, and now just going to be trying to counter jungle as much as humanly possible as he starts up these Raptors.
Very important for Peanut. This is the battle ward that he was known as. Elise was his first pick before Lee Sin was even in his champion pool. Lee Sin was a 2016 Worlds pick for him, and Elise, I remember quoting endless stats, I think it was 21-2 at some point in his career. Just
right.
Rampaging through 2016 as a Rox Tiger on largely the Elise, which was permaban status against him. It is out of meta. It's a Cinder Hulk meta. It will continue to be, especially on 7-14. But the best junglers can make a lot of value out of Elise, and a battle ward, when your mid laner doesn't have flash, this is the time they need the traction onto Cuz. So he finds himself some comfort in champion pool. Only second game of the season on Elise, and he's able to do a job for Faker.
I'm just sad that we had the, the meta transition out of the jungle without getting to see Peanut play that Italy again. Antar going in for an exchange. Will get slowed up by the tactical sweep. Flashes away. Now Cocoon down in onto Khan. Has to flash away. Almost falls. First blood not yet coming through, but playing with fire is Khan right now. Peanut, he had some other form of escape. Might have gone in for the flash if he had the Proto Belt as well. Probably would have tried to make something there, but would have been paying for that play with his own life, so we'll just let that first blood slip right through his fingers.
Khan also playing on the edge, really wanted to be able to get out. The minion wave that might have answered him is, that's a pretty aggressive dive.
Do they just want to go for this one? Yeah, body slam coming in the cocoon. Gets the lockdown, first blood. Goes over. Khan finds this.
Still really good for the side of Longju, because look what the minion wave is at on Tara. It's going to be dead for a while. He's going to lose out so many minions at the turret.
Yeah, and honestly, Khan, how frisky are you feeling?
Oh, you know he feels pretty frisky, but the
hook shot in onto this one. Can he get it? Jumps in, misses a tactical sweep, but still has the auto attack.
You know, he didn't need to be there. Too greedy for experience.
So what was that about snowballing, Camille? I think you mentioned somebody named Smeb has done this in the past. Well, Khan, he's starting things off 2-0 right now.
The second kill was unacceptable. That shouldn't have happened. The first one was a trade up for Longju because Renekton lost an insane amount of experience.
But there was a sacrifice.
Exactly. There was a sacrifice for it. It's a 1-for-1 that favors Longju, but then the sacrifice of the second kill, Peanut didn't need to walk up. He didn't respect that with 1 second left on the death timer, Khan would say, whatever, I'm going to turret dive anyway. Gets out as well. This time, Khan's feeling empowered, Achilles. If there was a double buff transfer, if there wasn't that early flash from Cuz, this may never have happened. But because he was able to flash out defensively, in the end, SKT play with fire and they get burned.
I mean, I was just thinking, it's the case that if Khan came out at the back of that with 2 kills and double buffs, that would just be disgusting.
That could be lane over, which SKT, in the spot they find themselves in, certainly not something they want to entertain.
Oh, well, Faker does some damage.
No shop yet from BDD.
Yeah, it turns out Karma still has some nice values there, but now bot lane looking to turn into a bit of a party flash in for the knock-up. They get the hook down onto Bang, and he is just going to die. Prey with a Ren comes up with the kill. And Kathy is surprised not going to do enough damage to find anything. Just kind of tickles Gorilla a little bit.
Welcome to the bot lane, where if you're Kog'Maw Lulu and have no wards and your jungler just died topside, hasn't played a visit to bot side, you just die, Achilles.
There's a lot of...
It's not much of a game show.
There's a lot of asterisks onto that
It's
list.
literally just death, because there's nothing he can do. And the moment that happens, the next control ward is going to be safer to put down. You don't have vision to respect. This is just the start. That's a successful gank before we even have to talk about Fate's Call.
Longju definitely accelerating the pace of the game here a bit faster than we saw in game 1. Old lead still not going to be very massive, but they are making the moves because, you know, just going straight from the top lane down to the bottom lane, making things happen. Infernal Drake likely going to be something that they look for in the next few minutes here.
Peanut is the most important person in this game right now. Because of the top side, a lot of headaches are created. What we need to talk about is that now he needs to be the one to help Karma get some vision on the enemy jungle, get some vision around the bot side. He played top side, that failed. Now he needs to play bot side, or at least around the Kog'Maw if he rotates around the map. Because guaranteeing farm onto Kog'Maw is so difficult to do against a Blitzcrank composition. And now he's got the multiple headaches because Camille does have those 2 kills, like you mentioned.
It nearly has that phage to come through. So Khan is in a very nice spot. Keeping up relatively well as far as the CS is concerned. But we'll have that gold lead just for the kills.
And just to be clear, in the 2v2 laning phase, I mean, Bang turns on the Bioarcane Barrage, you get speed up. There's nothing Callista can do pre-6, and she can only all-in if Fate's Core is up. So you only have all-in or just take free damage options. But it's so infrequently going to be like that because we're just waiting for those control wards to come down, and then suddenly Kog'Maw never can stand up. So for now, at least, very comfortable laning phase for Bang. Down some CS from dying, but apart from that, doing just fine.
There's a Bilgewater Cutlass, so nice sustain built in here, as well as those shields that Wolf can offer up to try to mitigate some of that damage coming through. But the Ballista is up and operational, as long as you find an opening.
I like real hooks, very rarely the right thing to do, but you pull one of those off against SKT in a slump, and then... I mean, SKT's the one team...
Top of Reddit!
SKT's the one team you never accuse of mental boom, because these guys are all so experienced, they have a great support staff, but you start the style plays, and then who's to say?
Oh, well, Faker gonna get jumped on, Explosive Cast comes through. He will get the root, but BDD's riding in on that Weaver's wall. Faker flashing over to the side, but the seismic shove is there. And BDD will go ahead and scoop up the 4th kill for Longju.
He needed to have an Elise there if he was going to play up and try to put down Vision. Solo Vision mission by Faker. He said, I have Flash, I'm Karma, I'll be fine. It was a bit like one of those ambition submission position moves because it puts the hole on the bot side. It makes it bigger and makes the safety of Prey and Gorilla to play up that much safer.
Gonna Go ahead, just get rid of this vision that SKT has had at the bottom lane, making them that much more susceptible to ganks.
Just got the double control ward down that gave them the chance to actually take those aggressive trades with the Kog'Maw, and suddenly those start to go, and the problems start to flow if Blitzcrank can also start contesting some of those buffs from Peanut.
Gorilla just keeps cheating around that minion wave, trying to threaten out for that hook. Land it.
I gotta admit, Kilios, while we have a moment, it does feel a bit like I'm watching an art film every time I watch SKT now, and that's not actually a compliment or a comment on their play. I just have to keep wondering, what does this mean? Like, it's the greater meaning, right, of what does this mean in the scope of Worlds, in the scope of the history of SKT as a dominant organization. 1, 2, 3 losses, you're like, well, you know, this could be a blip, but it goes on longer, and you start making those very those very airy comments. You feel like you're talking about wine or something.
So
because
what is the social commentary in SK Telecom's play than Papa Smithy?
I don't know. Is TSM now better than SKT? It's been talked about in Twitch chat every stream forever.
Oh no, what you have just opened a floodgate, my friend.
I'm saying about the what-ifs. I'm not making a comment on my point. I'm talking about the what-ifs.
All right. Well,
the what-ifs get louder every time SKT loses a game.
There you go. Papa Smithy, that's part of his ranking for Worlds in 2017.
If I have to put it to paper, I just choose SKT and I smile. All right, Cuz still
Cuz
alone.
get jumped on. He takes a lot of damage. The tether will not connect here from the side of Faker, but Wolf arrives. And he's got the lockdown, but the hook from Gorilla comes over the wall to get the silence, but the Wild Growth does still come through. BDD getting Polymorph, trying to push in.
Use cleanse.
Use the cleanse to try to chase this one in, but the threaded volley is just nipping at the heels of Wolf. He will make it out of there with his life.
Second time Cuz been a bit too aggressive. This time no counter kill comes through. Does deny Kog'Maw. Bit of CS at the lane as Blitzcrank can just walk back in, and Lulu had to make the back. This is the bigger problem though, Achilles. The Renekton counter matchup. Looking less and less like that as the items rain in for Khan.
Still is behind considerably as far as the CS is concerned, but if he can get that all in, just find a kill, turn that one around for himself.
He'd like a turret to play under as well.
BDD, Flash Forward does not have that cleanse. He takes way too much damage. Feather will connect and he will fall as Peanut finds that kill. Khan still coming through with the TP, will be completed by Untara as well. Tries to get the Hextech ultimatum. Won't be able to get so as that Repel denies it, but they still are able to take down Peanut. The explosive cast from Cuz scooping that one up.
Actually able to cancel the Hextech ultimatum. Wasn't even used in that particular fight. Attempted to be used, but was cancelled by the animation. Cuz, as you mentioned, snipes away with the cask, so they get the trade kill anyway. This would be a nice prize in the back end, but it's Kalista once again. Keep leaving up Kalista. They keep playing around with leaving this pick open. It'll be 0-4 against Kalista since Rift Rivals if they go down in this game.
So, yeah, I mean, somebody wants to go ahead and make that Wheel of Fortune image, ban Kalista. Might be a good idea to show that one over to SKT if they lose this game.
But I just wish that I had the full information. I wish, to continue with my art film analogy, I knew I want to be the fly on the wall, because it's not just one person. It's not just Koma saying, nah, Kalista's bad, guys, don't pick it. He's going to definitely defer to his veterans in the bot lane about how to play around Kalista, strategies around Kalista. And clearly, as a unit, they're deciding that this is a pick they can leave open, and yet the evidence points to the contrary. So to understand, in game one we knew why, right? They understood the game gets to a point. If we're solid in our macro, Sejuani, unkillable tanks with Galio, we can deal with the Kalista and late game team fights. It just never got there because Longzhu were better at snowballing than SKT were able at containing. In this game, they leave it open, and it's a very good answer, and it gave them so many options for support. We see Gorilla, for the first time in his career, in the pro scene, roll the dice on the Blitzcrank. It fits the situation perfectly, and again you start to wonder about the decision to keep leaving open the Kalista.
It's just weird stuff from SKT, but at least the gold lead is going to be very, very close, if not just basically non-existent here so far, despite the majority of the kills being in favor of Longzhu. No turrets have fallen yet, so gold lead hasn't really been given too much room to grow. See, Untara basically making up for the deficit that Bang finds himself in that bottom lane, so just helping to keep things very tight.
Peanut's doing his best after the initial setback to be the force on the map he needs to be, to try to equalize the pressure, mostly around Bardis. Okay, catches top lane.
Through, yeah, denies that hook shot. Khan will get the slow up, but the TP's coming through here from Faker, so they really want to take down this Camille. He throws down the ultimatum, has to leave it, which cancels it out. He desperately tries to get into the welcoming arms of BDD, but he's going to fall first, so Antara picks up a kill.
Ends up being a free kill. Teleport, only thing invested by SKT. They don't make a counterplay across the map, even though it's a low-health turret. If BDD had roamed down and put down the Weaver's Wall, his turret would go down for free, but maybe it does anyway with BDD showing an award, and it will be first brick over to the side of Long.
Yep, so one final shot, there we go. They do have this, so this opens up a little bit of a lead now for Longzhu. But want it to be so much further ahead. They haven't really been able to shut out the CS numbers as much as they would like BDD falling behind, as well as Khan. It's costing them quite a bit of that potential. Almost having that cocoon land, might have been an all-in. Faker still wrapping his way around, but the blast cone comes through. BDD takes himself out of safety.
Now Gorilla's unlocked on the map, though, so it's much harder to overextend as Karma and Renekton. With there being no punishment, now you do have to respect that if control wards come down, there are other options, as Khan is chasing on to Antara.
Yeah, Weaver's Wall coming through here, so it seems like Longzhu just want to go all in onto the Renekton, and there's nowhere for him to go. Decides to push up to the side, he will fall down.
Well, about as easy as can be.
Oh, flash in!
Okay!
Gorilla has the hook, locks down Faker, but he's got the shield. We'll throw him in with a Fate's Call. A flash away takes Faker to safety. Keeps himself alive, but Gorilla's showing off a bit. Is using both of those summoner spells without a second thought of it. Khan wrapping around the backside now.
They want the
Trying
mid
to
lane
pressure out
turret.
for this turret. Pressure from this Camille. Is it immense enough to stop this?
Karma.
The answer is going to be no, because Karma, as you say.
Karma does have the wave clear. Karma's the safer choice, but does pigeonhole them into the comp they ended up on.
Thank you for the setup, says Peanut.
Very heavy utility build coming through, a cooldown reduction build, I should say. It's only 10% cooldown reduction on the Athenes now after the changes, but will be Athenes after Morellonomicon. Extra ability power will help the shielding and the Q strength, though. You're not used to seeing that build, because like, wait, that's 20% and 20%, but no longer the way with the Athenes. Ardent Sensor might be rolled in as well. And we're going to be seeing a lot of Ardent Sensor Taric on the next patch. I hear that's good.
Oh boy. Maybe we'll see more comeback.
No, we will not. His comeback won't be short-lived.
Yeah. Everett, though, surprising. You know, just crushing yesterday.
Let's not talk about that series. This one's way better.
Oh, no, it is.
That one made me sad. It's hard to see Legends fall, as some SKT fans are probably feeling today, and how I feel on Shai's 26th birthday yesterday. It was not the best display, let's say.
Something trundled.
He was certainly a troll. Good wall control. You see double control around the bot side river, which means that Talia, if she decides to come in with the Weaver's Wall soon to be available, will be coming out of vision. You're not playing exclusively on top side. Good CS lead for the Renekton, but with those early kills, it's not the 0-1-2 Camille it could have been.
Everyone just tiptoeing around this top set of the map at the moment. No one really showing forward.
Drake is the next spawn, so you can be a bit more liberal in ignoring the bot side of the map.
Gotta make sure that nobody picks up that Rift Herald.
What I want to see from SKT as the game goes on is, we talked about the solo vision contest mission, as we see Longzhu entering the mid lane. This might actually finally be the mid lane turret going down.
Yeah, Faker's not there to offer up the wave clear, so this will just fall. Longzhu picks up their second turret. 2,000 gold lead over to them, so nothing too massive, nothing that's unrecoverable by SK Telecom, but they are slipping behind yet again.
Just to finish the point, what I want to see from SKT is if they do try to contest vision, which inevitably you have to at some point in the game, they cannot do it as one. They tried it with just Karma earlier. They need to be smarter at contesting vision, because everywhere they can't go, i.e. everywhere controlled by a control ward from the side of Longzhu, could be a Blitzcrank, could be instant death. So you have to, as a team, play the vision game more so than ever with the Blitzcrank on the map. It's good to see. 4 members down. They get rid of the control ward as the Drake spawns.
Ready to push through, but fighting over the Cloud Drake for either of these teams doesn't really seem like an objective that they would like to go for. Will be started up by Longzhu. This could allow for a fast track onto that turret by SKT. But Telecom, but instead they do want to go for the
Hooks
fight. The
down.
hook from Gorilla does whiff. Doesn't find anything. Ren stacks coming through here for Krace. You would have to expect Longzhu to be able to pick this one up, but it's going to be the ensuing fight.
Already cast
Could get
there.
interesting. Throws it out, doesn't find anything, and it seems like both of them might go their separate ways. There's a massive wave built up here in the bottom side of the map that SKT does have to respond to.
SKT does kind of lose in multiple different ways because they don't contest. Camille gets free farm in mid and the wave is pushed in, so because they make no decision, the indecision is pretty heavily punished. 19 minutes 20, so Rift Herald is still on the map. Could be a very late take, but SKT are going to walk up.
Just don't think it would happen fast enough here for the side of Longshu. So they will just go ahead and spend some gold. As Khan holds on to this top turret, trying to catch back up here alongside Untara. Still going to be dragging behind a little bit as far as that CS is concerned.
But 17, and with the 2 kills, honestly, it's pretty much gold parity on the side
Oh, yeah.
of Untara. Sorry, from the side of Khan, I should say. So
He wants to be ahead even more.
Untara certainly does, but Khan is pretty happy with his spot. 2 items complete. You're going to play the side lanes, but it's much more easy for them to play the side lanes when they have the turret advantage and also the Blitzcrank compared to SKT, where every time Karma enters bot lane, they can't really invade to contest vision, and then you just wonder, wait, where's the Blitzcrank at? Potential headaches it might cause. We have that information. He's top lane.
Could be giving Untara some pain here in the near future.
Talia is bot lane with no teleport, of course, and the Weaver's Wall is not going to help if there's a 5v5 in top side. It's now the juggle of playing up and trying to get the most, but also respecting the collapse potential from SKT.
Oh yeah, that double control brush right there. Fat money going over to Cuz.
The most controlled.
Now you really can't see anything. All right, well, BDD is already gone ahead, wrapped around, knows that he drew enough pressure for somebody to have to answer that wave, so Untara has swapped down to the bottom side of the map, and Longshu just want to go ahead and open up, try to find this one. Flash forward yet again, Gorilla does find the hook. Bates call already prepped just to keep Faker locked down, ensure that he cannot use that flash at all. Peanut will be able to make it over the wall with his own, takes quite a bit of damage from BDD on the exit, but that will be this final outer turret going over to Longshu as they just keep up the pressure.
I mean, Longshu's just playing as a team. The 5-man roam, the 4-man roam is so on point, and SKT, they rely on, okay, I've got a champion with great wave clear that'll stop it going down on this wave, but they have the extra initiation, they have the earlier grouping. Kalista makes grouping so easy. Often AD carries wanted to stay bot lane, farm up, where's my 3 items? But when you have the Fate's Call, you know you'll make the play with the Blitzcrank, whether the hook hits or whether the hook misses. They continue to snowball. 2 items there for Kalista, who just wants to speed up the pace of the game and stay strongest. And for now, at least, SKT will get a lot of damage on the bot lane turret, but that's about it.
And he's getting pinched on here. Cuz does have that explosive cask ready to go. He can try to lock down Untara, gets the body slam off, slows him up, knocks him back, and well, there's 2 other members here. Just go ahead and take him down. So he'll pop that dominance, he'll buy a little bit more time, but it was not long for this world. So Khan, with his 3rd kill, 3-1-2 on this Camille, is just becoming absolutely disgusting for SK Telecom. They have to try to deal with him, has that Tiamat coming through as well.
He just didn't have the vision control bot side to be that far pushed up. We've criticized Keen from Everate, for example, being a young player coming in, not being able to make those plays. And solo death is what you call a play like that, where he doesn't have the vision control, even though he's at a decent point in terms of dueling with the enemy Camille. He doesn't have the vision or the team support to play there, and that just means that Khan walks in, he's going to take a free turret. Nothing Untara can do to answer it, will not teleport, so it will die too fast, and of course wants to hold on to that for the team play. And it's a bonus objective because SKT misallocate in the mid game.
I mean, let's be real. Khan was able to finish off that turret before Untara even respawned, so he's just got so much power behind him right now. And Longshu are looking very good.
It's simple macro.
In position to go ahead and close this one out. Gorilla sitting in the brush, now pushing forward. They have to try to bend the hook around those spiderlings, which seems a bit difficult and doesn't have his flash available at the moment. So it's just pressuring SK Telecom out of their own jungle at the moment. Now Bang will flash away, gets himself over the wall as well. So decent positioning now for him as Peanut gets popped over with a seismic shove. The
cooldown trade, though, Achilles, does mean that Bang's flash is now down, and even Lulu, she's only level 9, not going to be doing the most in order to keep little Cogmore alive.
Cogmore.
I think I said Cogmore, which is some middle ground between Pug and Cog.
Well, they're going to try to make a play in onto Prey. Takes quite a bit of damage. Is able to jump back with that flash to avoid the ultimate
this
coming
is
down from
all in.
Cogmore. Yeah, they will just go in. Khan trying to lock down in on the Baker. Goes forward. Finds the kill yet again. Now Untara getting a nice heal coming through, but he is still just a lamb to the slaughter. Double kill over to Khan. BDD Gonna go ahead and scoop up a third bang yet again. The Acathian Surprise just not gonna be able to do anything, and Longzhu are looking for Baron.
I just don't understand how SKT keep drafting the same identity, keep ignoring what's strong in the meta. The Kalista is gonna beat them, it seems, for a fourth time. Longzhu control the pace of the game again. They start grouping. They've got Wombo engaged. Of course they do. They have Kalista, and they got the counter pick of any engaged support. Whether it was Alistar or Blitzcrank, it would have worked. But this is the most brazen on the paper from Khan. But then they walk in. There's so much engage. Already Fate's Call used. Someone's going to get bounced into the team. It's the Karma, and from there, it's only ever going to be a killing field for Longzhu Gaming.
Well, SKT, I mean, it was very competitive at the start of this game, but now the hopes are just all but completely gone now. Everything just dwindling. They're suffering such a heavy gold deficit at the moment. 8,000 gold behind. 11-4. Longzhu are just stomping them out.
Again, there's a way this comp can beat the Longzhu comp. It's not impossible. It's not like they've drafted themselves no win conditions as Antara. He's caught.
Well, they do have a TP, threatened out by Faker, but they just get a free flash, they get a teleport taken away, so Longzhu with that pressure still come out on top no matter what.
But what I want the viewers at home to understand is that, sure, they walked up, they killed 4 people. It's easy to say, well, that was the mistake. But the mistake was before. The mistake was bot lane with Untara, pushing up without vision, losing a free inner turret that gives them all the extra control around bot side. That was the mistake that can't be repeatable if you're going to try to outscale, because it's about losing the minimum. Instead, they were pushing up. Untara was going to get trade, nothing more as Banks caught.
Yeah, he's just going to get popped right into there. He goes down. BDD not able to kill because he does scoop this one up for himself. Banshee's Veil going to eat that passive from the Cogball, and it's just turrets falling around the map as Longzhu to have the full court press going.
And there's really nothing SKT can do. They're going to lose a inhibitor turret here, you'd imagine. Renekton already.
I mean, no one can walk up towards Gorilla.
Or pray with the Fate's Call for Gorilla to make it even easier to hit the hook. We were talking about Hook City when you have control wards. They're doing it in front of them, in front of the base at 26 minutes.
I mean, this is such a swift game here for Longzhu. Still not over yet, but you'd expect that this one's probably going to be ending in the next 5 minutes or so, perhaps, unless SKT can put on one hell of a defense as they lose their second inhibitor.
It's just so hard to say anything, Kilios, because the despair that you're going to be feeling as an SKT fan is that, again, there's not really one person to blame. There's a lot of factors to put in here. And people should know that, if you're not aware, in Korea, there's quite a lot of out-of-game issues. Bang is struggling with some feedback from the community. There's been a lot of frayed tempers there because of the loss to Rift Rivals and other things spilling in. So outside of game stuff, that seems to be a query. In-game, though, macro-wise, this is SKT. They have the most impeccable macro of any organization ever. It keeps letting them down, and with multiple different rotations of players. It's not just Untara's fault. It's just the most obvious mistakes in this particular game. Their drafting also was behind the 8-ball. They came back from Rift Rivals. Both top laners playing almost only Jackson solo queue. They believed in 1-3-1 and 4-1. That was not working for them. They've gone back to team fighting against Jin Air, and today that's not working for them. When it comes to drafting, the focus on Lulu and Zyra, that can be criticized. That's not just Koma's decision. There's everywhere across the board question marks, and we can't know everything, but the end result is what we see. And the end result is Longzhu looking for a 2-0.
I mean, it seems like they're going to have this one. The Weaver's Wall just to cut off SK Telecom. They have to worry about these super creeps that are piling into the base anyway. Third inhibitor will go down. And Longzhu are looking for a pre-30-minute victory, a 2-0 victory over SKT, and that'll hand them their 4th in a row.
They're 13,000 gold up, so they got initiation. Doesn't matter if a hook misses. They're looking to close the game. Would take something incredible from SKT to stop it happening now.
I mean, before you would expect, this is the team that does have that X factor that could turn something around, but just hasn't been looking that way as of late, so seems like they still will just be suffering another loss. Khan looking for that hook shot, not going to find it. The hook from Gorilla also not going to connect. But there's a lot of damage to Bang. He gets knocked out. The body slam forward as they try to get the lockdown, but instead they're able to turn this one around. Onto Gus, nearly falls, but it's still going to be Untara, the one getting traded as the Gragas stays alive on the backside. So much damage coming through for Longzhu as they seek to finish this game. The last Nexus start getting ready to go down, and nobody from Longzhu has died. And 29 minutes just about here on the clock as Peanut desperately tries to go forward, tries to get something the trade back, tries to put another kill on the board for the team at least to help their KDA, is unable to do so. The Nexus will go down 28-56. Longzhu get the 2-0, and SKT are 4 series deep without a victory.
There is not a spare seat on the SKT side of the stadium, but there is not a peep coming out from them either. Achilles, only calls coming from the side of Longzhu Gaming. They're the ones celebrating. They're the ones who pretty surgically, especially in Game 2, were able to take down the team comp from SKT. We talked about the support counter pick happened in both games. They chose the laning choice, the Zyra in Game 1 at SKT. Lost lane by 50 CS to a Kalista. Game 2, they leave Talia Kalista open on red side. Already, you've messed up. That's a mess up in the draft. And then the Gorilla taking his first time Blitzcrank in competitive play, and just together, you can't make mistakes. They made macro mistakes. The game ends much earlier than they would ever have imagined. And no one right now looks happy on the side of SKT. They're trying to keep Peanuts' spirits up. Maybe he's understanding that it's probably going to be blank playing next time. We still don't know what the best roster looks like for SKT. We don't know if they have a read on the meta because they seem to be off the boil. Individual players have struggled at different times. It's all falling apart, and like I said during the game, and kind of amusing fashion, was what does it mean? And increasingly, I'm left at a loss for words because we want to say we know what SKT1 in League of Legends is. And now I'm starting to wonder if we know what SK Telecom in League of Legends was.
That was deep, but I do have to agree with you. It's just not been looking great here from SKT, and it just seems like they're making all the wrong decisions, all the wrong plays to try to get themselves back to that glory that we saw from them, through spring, at the start of the summer split.
They have one lifeline. 7-14 will be the patch the next time they play. It is a patch change. The tank champions are back in. Certainly not good news for Peanut. May mean Blank gets more starts. It will be a bit of a new start. The meta will shift. May work against Kallistas and bring in other hyper carries to the bot lane. Maybe that's what they need, Achilles, because on 7-13, they have now played their final game. They are 0-4 on this patch.
Still just, begs the question, if they couldn't get caught up with this meta, will they be able to adapt to 7-14 as well?
I mean, Peanut is struggling the most. It's the Cinderhulk meta. It hasn't been around since 2015 as a jungle enchant, and that was when he struggled for the first time on Najin, wasn't fitting the meta. 2016, it wasn't about the Cinderhulk. 2017 hasn't been about it. Now we're getting tanks out of the jungle, and that's never been Peanut's happy place.
Yep. Well, taking a look at the damage yet again, it's BDD coming out on top with Khan not too far behind there with that Camille. Did get fast-tracked very swiftly with those initial 2 kills coming through. So just wreaking havoc across the board as Longzhu were able to take down SK Telecom yet again.
And a Karma pick once was great with the Kog'Maw, Karma, Lulu, Kog'Maw. A lot of obvious synergy there, but they started off with the Elise. They thought they'd get pressure to allow these champions to get to late game. It didn't happen, and Gorilla, first career game on the Blitzcrank at the 442nd time of asking. Looked pretty good. Wasn't necessarily the biggest star of this game, but the amount of pressure Blitzcrank exerts when you win the early game, which is what happened here. Flash from level 1, that was the start of the downward ascent. Of descent, I should say, for SKT.
I mean, and that was just a bit of a panicked one, because you look at that back, and, that hook not really going to connect in onto Faker, but still just fearing that connection coming through, being shaken, perhaps, from that loss in Game 1. Just forces out the flash, and Gorilla, yet again, just kept coming up with them. A couple misses near the end of the game, but the amount of pressure that he was exerting as this Blitzcrank was just insufferable for SKT.
Right, strangled in a pretty apparent fashion. Here we're watching all the collapses on Tara Court a couple of times, top and bot side. Wasn't even Blitzcrank relied on that in that scenario, but here we go. Flash hook, baby.
Yeah. Does it over and over again. Faker was able to get away from that one, but this is the one perfectly chained together. The Fate's Call immediately comes through.
Prediction on a prediction there. You would first thought that he would juke towards the minion line, but jukes away from it. Nice prediction from Gorilla. And then bang, who's desperate for farm. Weaver's wall. The Blitzcrank hook, you split the big difference, you get 100% of a flash, and then this was the team fight that completely was the icing on the cake, and another great cast from Cuz.
Cuz definitely a bit robbed, I would say, from that Game 1 MVP. Had some great performances there, but I mean, everybody on Longzhu just so cohesive in this series, and they got that 2-0 victory. So really solid stuff by them. But now it's time to hear from our MVP. So we're going to throw over to Joel. Hey, buddy, how's it been? Haven't seen you in a while. Take it away with the translation.
How has it been, Seth? Achilles, once again, great casting for you guys. Once again, we are here with Joel with the MVP interview translations, and we're going to be here from Longzhu, who picks up a 2-0 victory against SK Telecom. We're here with the MVPs for today, BDD and Gorilla, for the interview. BDD, you beat SK Telecom, now you're in second. How do you feel? We felt really good coming into the game. We just kind of felt like we were going to get a good victory today, so getting the actual victory feels really nice. Yeah, when I woke up today, it was just a very refreshing feeling. And Gorilla, even if SK Telecom has been on a bad run, they're never an easy team to face. Yeah, we kind of tried to get that out of our mind, because even if it was SK Telecom, we just wanted to do our game and just play how we always play. And a lot of people really highly rate your play, BDD, with you on the mid lane. Do you have any sudden changes that you saw in your plays? I try not to think that I'm playing well. I always think that I always can improve on certain aspects, but every time I do win, I do get a boost of confidence, and that really just helps me play much better than I always did previously. I want to talk about the game a little bit now. And the opposition showed up with the Sejuani jungle, but went with the Zyra instead with the Sejuani. But what did you think about the composition overall? Yeah, we decided to go with the Kalista Thresh, and Zyra is really a counter to the Thresh, so it was a tough laning matchup for obviously, but I feel like after the laning phase it was a little bit easier to deal with. And BDD, you're very famous for your Galio plays as well, but how did you feel playing against it? Yeah, I think in previous metas I felt like Galio was at almost a god tier level, but with the recent changes that I saw in the meta, it's not as strong as it used to be. So it was definitely a beatable pick. And we want to talk about game one, where you guys really went back and forth in most cases, but the decisive play near the end was what decided it all, and this was, I think, where it's showing here. And we actually thought that SKT came in very well in this team by initiating this. Yeah, I was kind of contemplating whether to go in with the Kalista ult with my Thresh. But with my teammates always continue communicating with me, so that was a decision where, you know, we kind of waited out patiently, and I think that we got rewarded for that after. Yeah, as soon as Khan went back to base, he told us that he had teleported and he wanted to come in with it, so we tried to support him as best as we can. And BDD, you just got all the damage in the world in game one. Yeah, anytime you get first place in DPM, it always feels really good. In game two, you actually pulled out with the Blitzcrank. I think it's the first time you've actually pulled it out. And just the overall Blitzcrank pick, we haven't seen it in a while, but how did you feel? Yeah, I try not to go wild with my picks usually, but it just felt like Blitzcrank kind of fit the composition that we were about to play. So I thought that, you know, without the Thresh I would have picked Lulu, but I went with the Blitzcrank instead. And even if you pick up the Blitzcrank, it's always hard to make a play, especially against the best teams. But yeah, I think with any type of grab champions, if you get one grab, it just snowballs into more grabs, and it just then the strength really goes your way, and just getting that first grab on is the most important thing.
중요했고 상대편한테 시간을 안 주는 게 중요했는데 거기에 있어서 공격적인 그런 주도 코드들은 다
And what about the offensive, very aggressive plays that you guys made with that composition that you guys had?
제가 보기엔 다 같이 굴린 편이고
I feel like all of our champions in that composition in game 2 were all snowball champions, and we were really counting on our momentum to carry us through the game. And we just carried with the jungle in our back of our minds, always trying to give us the support that we need. And we want to see a video highlight of examples of these grabs that changed the game. We were just wondering after this game why you didn't play Blitzcrank this whole time.
실드 때 그때 한참 매드라이브 선수랑 마타 선수가 블리츠를 유명할 때 저는 블리츠를 못 하겠더라고요.
Yeah, you know, when back in the day when Blitzcrank was famous with the likes of Mad Life and Amata, I was kind of afraid to play Blitzcrank because I didn't have the confidence that I could play as well as them. But since they're kind of out of it now and no one really plays it, I feel like this was my chance to play it.
그리고 고릴라 선수 하면 저런 블리츠 외에도 사실 뭐 원래 유명했던 잔나, 소나, 뭐 미스포츠 이런 것들 있잖아요.
And you know, you talk about these Blitzcrank picks, but you talk about all the unique picks that you came up with recently.
저도 쓰고 싶은데 계속 해보는데
Yeah, I think of things like Jana and Misfortune and whatever, but I kind of want to go with it, but at the same time, you have to think about the composition that you're trying to form. So, but when the composition does work, I'll come up with these unique picks again.
승리 가져가고 2위를 하셨는데 BDD 선수 이제 2위까지 올라왔단 말이에요. 그러면은 뭐 이번
Now you guys are in second now with the Longzhu squad coming up all the way to second, but how do you guys feel now that you can go up even further than this?
플레이오프를 보고 있었는데
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the season we were just really reaching for the playoffs, but
플레이오프 갈 수 있는 거죠 했는데 종인이 형이
And-
플레이오프 보고 있었어?
and I actually told Prey about this, that you know I was looking for the playoffs, and Prey told me you're only looking for the playoffs. We're looking for much higher. So Prey gave me a lot of confidence with that kind of statement.
그게 참 애매한 것 같고요. 그냥 잘 됐으면 좋겠어요.
Yeah, I think, you know, with result-oriented statements like that, we just want to do our best and hope for the best to come for our team.
충분히 가능하지 않을까 그런 생각도 듭니다. BDD 선수가 대표로 우리 팬분들께 감사.
And BDD, would you like to say anything to the fans cheering on for you guys?
오늘 걱정해 주신 분들 많은데
I know that a lot of people in the stands were really worried about us, thinking how we're going to play out this game, but we did play a very nice game. And hopefully that's satisfied you guys, and we just hope to continue to cheer for us. And thank you very much. And that seems to be the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel. Well, plenty to feel great about there for the Longzhu players, BDD and Gorilla, especially picking up those MVP wins. With that victory, another 2-0, SKT will fall to 9 straight games and a loss 4 series, all of them 0-2. Now, Samsung, Afrika, Jin Air, and Longzhu have all taken them down.
There's only 1 hour of game time as well between the two games. That means that SKT, they keep their spot in 4th, but if Afrika Freaks, and
Fairly
admittedly
so.
they have a hard match, it's against KT Rolster later this week, but if they're to win, they'll actually move above and put SKT into top 5. So the meme, the famous one, will SKT make Worlds? Well, let's first talk about making playoffs, because for now, they are still 3 wins away from Jin Air, still heavily expected to make it to top 5. Any more than that, though, not a guarantee.
Yeah. Well, Longzhu sliding up into that second place spot. Now going to have to set their sights on Samsung and try to surpass them. Speaking of Samsung, they will be in our second series here, going up against BBQ Olivers, which, you know, a couple weeks ago, you might not have really written this one down on your calendar, but BBQ Olivers have been looking stronger as of late, so maybe they can put up a decent fight versus Samsung.
Yeah, before Rift Rivals, the meta in a different spot definitely looks like an obvious 2-0 to Samsung, and it may still be, but because BBQ have this new identity, playing around Ghost, drafting for the hyper carries, putting the rest of their draft around that, they do come in with an outside chance. Now, for the series, maybe not. But for a game, it's certainly a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, even if they don't take the game, they can certainly make it competitive here. So plenty to be feeling good about as far as their momentum is concerned here for BBQ Olivers. So we'll see how they perform. Of course, that was a very swift series that we had. Longzhu coming up with that victory, so we will be having an extended break. We'll be back in about an hour's time, guys. So sorry. Just set your alarm, take a nap, do whatever you need to do, and we'll see you when we get back from that one. So, you know, there we go. Goodbye.
Coming up next, Samsung, BBQ Oliver, 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. No matter how we fight today, yeah. No matter how much honor they display, we'll dominate. Spills of war, we might care. Let me take that they'll be my deadly last whisper, right before they die. This melody seeks a new victor. Let it penetrate them I will revive one more life to ignite them all, and the barriers will crumble under all of my force. Will fall. Let's make them crawl. And when we finally meet the king, there will be no ghost for him. We shall end it all.
matchup. Samsung. BBQ Oliver. 2017 League of Legends Champions Korea Summer Split.
Welcome back, OGN Legion. It's time to dive into our final match of the night. Samsung going up against BBQ Olivers. And again, a matchup that you might not have cared about a little, just a couple weeks ago. But now BBQ on the up and up. Seems like this current meta is fitting them very well. And they have had some success here. 2-0ing Jin Air just not too long ago.
But even though you might give them a chance, it's not a chance for a match win, right? It feels like maybe they can make it difficult. It doesn't feel like it's going to be a stomp for Samsung Galaxy, but Samsung, in this post-SKT world, it feels like, is our top-ranked team. They were able to take down SKT and start the tumble. They were the first of the victories a week ago. SKT have played 3 matches subsequently, not picked up a single game win. Samsung haven't played since showing us the Sejuani and Braum duo a week ago. So do they have other picks? Because it feels like Sejuani and Braum are cropping out around the world after Ambition brought back the Sejuani. Will they have something new? Will it be more Varus for Ruler, who has been spamming that pick? Very hard to work out, but Samsung Galaxy do come in, those heavy favorites.
Took a little while, but we also saw the Skarner making a return score, bringing that one out. Ambition, that famed image of him as Skarner. Maybe we would see it here today, perhaps, but I won't get my hopes up too high. But like you said, I mean, this should be a Samsung win, basically no matter what. But this is an opportunity for BBQ to make it competitive and to show their chops.
We would have said the same thing about Jin Air, though, against BBQ, and BBQ on that day looked very good. So we'll reserve our judgment, but do come in, of course, with the realism that is SK Telecom's losses and Samsung Galaxy's wins recently, as Samsung has not played for a week. Roster doesn't change, no Haru, just 2 games on the season from him. Ambition showed us the Sejuani. Let's start to wonder, will he be visiting the Skarner that we saw Score bring out just yesterday? I'm not a believer of the Skarner, but that was the pick that Ambition brought out a year ago. It was Skarner a year ago, Sejuani this year. Are we going to see some more Skarner?
He's the trendsetter. Next thing you know, everybody's going to be getting married and everything, just following in the footsteps of Ambition. Bringing back the Skarner, something that I would absolutely love to see from him, but the likelihood just doesn't seem
And
to
good
be there.
news, you left for a while, but the Dignitas mousepad is still there for Ruler.
Hell yeah!
It seems like the Samsung AD carry will always inherit Core JJ's trademark Dignitas mousepad. Dignitas reppin' in the LCK.
I mean, maybe that's where he gets his power from, because, I mean, you think back to the beginning of the split, we were kind of questioning, like, where's the Dignitas
We didn't know.
mousepad?
We
And
wondered.
Ruler and Core JJ weren't really looking that great as a duo in the bot lane, but now, back at full power, I mean, you think of that Varus game from Ruler just a few days ago, just absolutely destroying it.
If that is what let him kite on the Varus, I need to steal the mousepad to kill us. I need some elo to get up the ranks, but
Let's
another
give him a
team.
Dignitas jersey, see what happens.
Well, I think that might be too far in the Dignitas ecosystem, but another team that is starting to go up the standings is BBQ. Only a match win, but a game off of Afrika. When they can set up LPL style around a Kog'Maw, around a Twitch, around a Hyper Carry, they actually, on the whole, have been pretty clean. And Bless, when he can get his hands on the Elise, which has been a big pick for him recently, they look like a team that's a far cry from the eternal strugglers they looked like at the start of the season. So while the optimism, the Roosters, they're not fully raised, the Roosters are getting closer and closer to half-mast, and that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, just keep the Roosters at half-mast, and then if they somehow come up with a victory here, then raise them as high as you possibly can.
They actually did bring plenty of Roosters, as we can see in the crowd, handing out some of the cheerfuls for the Rooster. He looks pretty serious in that picture,
Still
but
no free chicken, though.
no, the free fried chicken. Remember, when they were giving us free fried chicken, they were winning.
Yeah. Started off really well. We're like, man, maybe this will be a top 5 team. And then they stopped giving out the chicken, and they plummeted down to the bottom of the standings. But BBQ, it's been a really up and down split here for them.
But let's
They do have
remember,
those crucial wins coming in.
Samsung lost to Jin Air, and Jin Air lost to BBQ. So if you think about it, yeah. Also,
BBQ's delicious. Is this what you're getting
that's
at?
right.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
All right. And I'm gonna order some for dinner tonight.
Nice.
All right, we did it.
We got logic chains aplenty around here.
Sell out spam in the chat. All right, we'll take a look at the KD Ace here. It was a 2-0 victory the last time that these guys did square up. And Ambition, bringing out that Lee Sin that we see from him every now and then.
And interestingly, we might not actually see either of these MVP champions represented today. Renekton's been a bit of a pick of the past in recent spades, and Lee Sin also. KDA's good on the side of Samsung Galaxy, Core JJ especially. Just doesn't like dying very much from support, and he plays a lot of Zyra himself, so he's good at making it through laning phase. And laning phase, honestly, for Ruler and Core JJ is one of the standbys for Samsung's strength.
Yeah, and I mean, Core JJ watching, Wolf just keep bringing out that Zyra. It's got to be just having a pang in his heart, like, no, that's not how you use her.
And now Ruler was watching the Varus as well, and this man is our resident Varus player, 12-2. Playing 14 games with a single champion and split is pretty hard to do. Usually they get banned, usually they can get contested, but Ruler keeps spamming the Varus to great success.
I mean, you'd have to say very much like Crown. You've always called him a mastery mid laner. Masters a certain, pool of champions. Right now, Varus is just the center of Ruler's pool, but you think back to his debut last year in summer. It was very much the Ashe and the Ezreal coming through. It was one of those guys that didn't really pick up the Jhin, then finally did, and it was awesome. But now, for him, it's all about that Varus.
And you can't help but laugh that the most played for Ghost is also Varus, but not finding the same results, we might say, at the 1 and 7.
It's a little imbalanced. He's not quite there.
We don't expect it to be contested. To be clear, it's the Twitch, the Kog'Maw, the Kalista, the hyper carries have been where BBQ are going. And if you think of Samsung, it's not like they've played the most in the 7-13 meta post-Rift Rivals. They did beat SKT pretty significantly, but that result now is a bit colored by how SKT has struggled. So we'll see if Samsung will return to just the Varus, very normal comps, whether they'll start playing hyper carries of their own. Comparing the two players on Camille, Cuvée, one of his big picks, not the Kled recently, it's been the Camille that he's happy to blind pick. And his skill on the champion has been undeniable, and finding more pressure laners for Cuvée when Nara is not available, when the Kled is a little bit less in the middle of the meta. The Camille has been a great substitute.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just how well Khan was doing in his second game versus SK Telecom. Got that one snowballed very early on, a very swift 2 kills coming through from him, and then just smashed the Renekton in lane from there. So Cuvée, it's been a very great pick for him, and would not be surprised if we see it locked in.
And these two were the offenders for the Freljord duo, the Sejuani and the Braum, the always CC'd forever. The CC chain here is insane. Their ability to peel for a hyper carry, also insane. So this duo that was innovated by Ambition and Core JJ for the summer season has been played a lot. It's been up and down recently. But will we just see them return to it, or was it a one-off? Because again, it was just one series of Sejuani. People around the world have also been locking in the Sejuani, but Ambition seemed almost a bit surprised as to how well it worked on the day when he was interviewed. So it's hard to say whether it'll be a staple of the champion pool going forward, or just a one-off pick.
You know, just decided, why not? We'll just try this out. And just, oh, hey, look,
I mean,
we got to win.
Right now, Cinderhulk's so strong, you just kind of plug in any champion that used to build it, and it turns out pretty good. So
yeah.
The super tanks are coming, Achilleos. 714 on the horizon means even more tanks. Tanks a lot, right?
I can't wait. We'll see what happens to 80 season 2017.
Love it. Kog'Maw's still going to be happy.
Yeah, he'll be all right. You know, those ones that have that shred potential maybe come through. I'm excited to see if people start picking up the Vayne. You and I were talking about this during the break. With that true damage, perhaps, but still going to be one of those really high-risk, maybe medium reward champs, unless you can really get her off the ground early on. But here we go. Got the pick and ban up for game number 1. Ready to dive into this one. And first and foremost, Samsung will be taking away that Elise.
I mean, Elise has been BBQ's only performing jungler in the early game, and they kind of used her as a bridge to the late game comps they like to play. So banning that out makes a lot of sense. Do you ban out hyper carries? First ban they will do that's not targeted towards the jungle is the Jace, which has been Crazy's one-lane dominant top laner. It feels like a lot of top laners took inspiration from Khan and his 7-0 Jace. So we see it banned away in this game away from Crazy. And speaking of targeted bans, 14 games of Varus will be halted in this particular game. However, that means that something is likely to come through, and okay, Samsung surrenders some information to future teams. They actually banned Kalista on blue side.
Not interested in picking that one up, and Yeah, can't let that one go through. The Zac will be banned away finally here by BBQ. So what do they want to do as far as that
Talia
first
is
pick
a pretty big first pick for Crown in particular. There's a lot of champions you can take into it, but Crown is so good on Talia, you could understand first picking it, but they're not going to. They're going to take the Braum at first pick. It feels like a reach, but it could be combined with the Sejuani they played in the last series. Does potentially leave open Talia to Tempt. Talia is highly going to be contested, given that Tempt made his big name playing that Talia, getting the Pentakill, whether in spring season, and the Alistar that I was hoping for, but it ended up getting a Blitzcrank. I was still happy, but the Alistar I was calling for will come in this time for Totoro.
And we'll also get the Corki here, likely going to be for Tempt in the mid lane.
So what about Syndra?
Quite a bit.
Will it be Syndra or Talia into Corki? Because both are available for Samsung to draft in. Maybe going a bit more conventional with the jungle by picking up the Rek'Sai. Has been overlooked in recent series, surprisingly. Does mean they have immense amount of early pressure on Pick CC and Crown. In a position where he could have gone Syndra for a skill lane matchup, could have gone for the Talia, another skill matchup. Will actually go for a counter matchup and try to hold down Tempt with the Cassiopeia.
Okay, well, I mean, we've seen, especially from Faker, you think back to MSI, him versus Maple in that mid lane, just absolutely oppressing with the Cassiopeia. So this is going to be Crown giving his best go of it versus that Corki, and with the jungle pool pretty restricted, it's just going to be the Gragas coming through.
It's a bit of a surprise to see the Cassiopeia. Crown has certainly played it in previous seasons, but it's his first game of Cassiopeia in summer season, and usually he's the sort of player that will default to what has been working for him in competitive play recently, rather than look for lane outplays. You already said it, mastery player who usually has a smaller champion pool. So many of his picks work fine into Corki. You can play Victor, you can certainly play Talia. Could have gone for Galio, could have gone a lot of different directions, but actually chose the counter pick route. Miasma's very powerful against Corki because it stops him from going for non-committal trades and getting out with the Valkyrie. So different type of look from Samsung, maybe trying to show us something a bit different, put some doubts into the heads of other teams as we're fast approaching the playoffs. And look at this, Cuvier's drawing a Jax ban.
Yeah, and then they ban away the Camille. So don't want that going over to Crazy for their first pick of the second half here. So lots of top lane Target and Twitch will be banned away by BBQ as well, just trying to limit Ruler as much as they possibly can. But Ashe is still on the board, and seems like that might just be the pickup here unless Ghost goes for it himself.
Really surprising to see the Jax ban. Maybe that's from scrims. If you look at the solo queue account, not a lot of Jax coming through from Cuvier, and never been the sort of player to play it. So tough to read that. 3 top lane bans in the second round. Looking for top lane and also the mid lane from BBQ. So ostensibly looking for those solo laners. Jarvan's been a big pick for Cuvier. Has also been kind of the big meta top laner after the big shift recently with Rift Rivals and the LPL teams piloting a lot of that Jarvan, and they take it, and now they have Gragas, Jarvan. Both these champions put significant pressure on Cassiopeia in particular. With her medium to short range, she can be heavily pressured by these two.
I mentioned the Ashe available, but also is that Xayah, and they will be locked. It will be locked in here for Ruler.
Well, Samsung's showing new stuff today. That's what they've decided that they will do after their week off. They will show new picks in both mid lane and AD carry. First ever pick of Xayah for Ruler. First of the season for Crown on the Cassiopeia. Finally, a bit of normalcy going for the Kled. We haven't seen much Kled at all.
Yeah.
And it's actually going to be a Corki AD carry from BBQ. Okay.
So
that's the first time also for another thing.
Yeah, throwing a curveball here. So Corki will be flexed down to the bottom lane here for Ghost.
Crown's like the one time I counter pick for lane. They flex the damn Corki. What's the chances of that happening? So he will actually be into the Orianna, which is a comfortable matchup early for Cassiopeia, but does get better over time for the Ori.
Yeah, I mean, this was one of the ones that was, kind of brought back Orianna out of the meta for so long, and Cassiopeia became oppressive. People figured out, okay, you know what, Orianna can actually hold up to that cast very early on. So we'll just get that little flip around and maybe surprise Samsung here.
And this is definitely the screw you Crown comp, where they have the most initiation and an Ori to also profit off it. Jarvan, Gragas, and Orianna is literally
all the ball
Cassiopeia can never do anything because she'll just be, if your flash is down in lane as Cassiopeia, you just get collapsed upon every time.
I mean, the Alistar's there as well. So
It's definitely screw you.
they just have all of these methods of just pushing the ball in. Even in desperate times, you can have Corki Valken or package his way in.
But Samsung showing new stuff. The Cassiopeia, that's new for this season, but the Xayah, first time for Ruler. We have to see how that one will shape up.
Yeah, and things being swapped around here. Cass into Orianna for Crowd. Let's see how he handles it as we load up for game number 1.
Sonic echo, there leaves no room for doubt. Hope shines, bring it back to what it's now.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Fans in the audience cheering for their favorite teams. And Totoro, of course, he's got that Alistar skin.
Does that mean we're going to get the cowbell?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Some sick cowbell going on. I don't know what... Oh, this guy's going to the army soon. So gets to show up and enjoy some LCK action before he heads off to do his military service.
Must be that time of the year as one of the intakes come in as we got the cowbell. I like how in our other league we get it, and in this league we get the cowbell. It's a little bit more situational, but we still get the cowbell.
He's just not fazed by it at all.
It's pretty tilting, but it's pretty amazing also.
It really is. Like, the cowbell is the one step above showing your mastery after you get a kill. You just start jamming out right at the end.
Well, it doesn't have the same cooldown as the mastery. You can just spam it forever.
That's true.
It's way better, actually.
That's the one thing that I always like about the international events is, or one of the things I should say, not the one thing.
Yeah, it's the only thing you like.
The only thing I like. No, the coordinated team flare spam that they can put out to replace the mastery, where it just has the team logos. That stuff's always great to see. Cube just going to be finding crazy up here.
I'm happy to see him on the Kled, because it's been a while. It's been about 3 match weeks before we've seen the most recent Kled. Jarvan replaced Kled pretty heavily after Rift Rivals, and Kled was kind of falling off. Ixu, I believe, played the last game. It's been a while for Cuvée, even though he's played 10 games. They were kind of front-loaded in the first 4 weeks of the season. And then we got a Corki 80 carry. First skill going to be
Blast from the past.
the Gatling gun.
When's the last time we had Corki as an ADC?
It was quite common in 2015 spring when I was casting LPL. And then it feels like from 2016 onwards, it was almost exclusively mid lane. There was a couple of 80 carry flexes when you try to be super tricky, but often when you did it, it almost felt like you put your comp in a bad spot with how tricky you were trying to be. So remain to be convinced on it. And it's also BBQ kind of going against identity, because this is much more about coordinated engage and deletion with the Orianna Shockwave than about peeling for their 80 carry. So it's a different identity from BBQ than what's been working for them in the past 2 weeks or so.
Just slow and steady so far. Ambition paying a bit of a visitation up there towards that top side. Not finding anything yet. So can just continue on with his jungle path. And I'm very excited, like you said, first time that we're seeing Ruler play the Xayah. Given his positioning that he showed off with that Varus, it seems like he can do very dirty things with this Xayah as far as
So this is a fun stat. Was able to draw this up. Shout out to Games of Legends, great interface. In Season 7, through the course of this year, there has been 413 games of Corki across the major regions, 410 in mid lane, 3 at 80 carry, and Reckless did play it at Rift Rivals. So a couple people playing around with that. Was on the same patch, you remember, as they played 7-13 at Rift Rivals, but only 3 games, 1 and 2 on the Corki, so certainly being an edge meta pick at best.
Well, here we go, Ambition showing up here in the mid lane, flashes in for the knock-up. Miasma thrown down. His temp will go ahead and have to flash away, almost dies. First blood just barely out of grasp here for Samsung, but they get damn close.
Another Twin Fang may have been enough. It was about 100 HP there left over. Now bringing back a pick. He's played pretty consistently in the past, but not this season. Already mentioned the matchup against Ori does start going the way of Ori later in the laning phase. This one's going to be just a farm fest in bot lane.
When you retake the brush, you have to start spamming the cowbell, Totoro.
So one of the reasons...
assert your dominance.
That's true. And asserting your dominance is something he did at level 1, but was met with a Q. Quite rude from Core JJ.
Interrupting his song.
One of the reasons why 80 carry Corki is a little bit less prized, it's not necessarily about the magic damage, the other factors we usually talk about. It's you hit your power spike a bit slower, and you scale with levels so strongly as Corki. It's not big, a lot of damage there, Totoro, but you scale with levels so extensively that you're just going to have less access to experience, and you don't have that sweet one-item power spike as strong and as early as if you're a mid-lane Corki. Also, he just does well in basically every lane and is so safe, and some of those things are less relevant. Your safety in terms of a 1v1 against the enemy carry is less relevant when you have a support to your side in the bot lane.
Crazy really trying to get the...
Got the smite.
Be able to get that. He has him thrown down, but he has the body slam in time. Maybe we'll get out of there. Playing very aggressively, but knew he could do so because Crown had gone back to base. This is going to be the tier start for him, as you might expect. Double door entering here for Temp, so a bit of a budget build to try to survive this harass. They'll be coming through.
Didn't really have too many options when he backed with about 400 gold. Okay, there's the ghost from Guys was to all in Temp.
He knows that he doesn't have the heal or the flash, and he might just have the damage. One more hits will do it. One more, can he get it? Oh, the poison taken away. He will get the first blood. Flashes away from Bless. Crown just coming up with that solo kill.
And it has not been recently that Crown has been able to be the one to carry his team through mid lane. They've struggled to do that, as they've often had to have him on utility picks, while other lanes, Ruler and Court JJ or Cuve, were the stars. So see Crown get a solo kill is really big from the side of Samsung, because if this man gets in form, and with his side lanes looking so good, Samsung really are set up to succeed as we move to the playoffs.
Yep. Bishan just getting a bit of a takeaway here. Sees that Bless doesn't have much mana, but still not looking to go in. So Temp is coming back from base. In the meantime, bottom lane looking for a bit of a trade, but Ruler not going to have that Winter's Bite come through from Court JJ to try to get the connection. The root down, stun in onto Totoro, just trying to target out this Alistar, it would seem, but now the slow up exhaust going to be invested. Ghost will have a Valkyrie to take himself out safely, but see Samsung just very much dictating the pace of this bot lane exchange.
Yeah, Alistar Corki just don't necessarily have the biggest laning phase power to be able to actually dictate to the Xayah and Braum, so pretty comfortable stuff so far from Ruler, even if not able to grow a CS advantage. Ambition playing almost exclusively in the enemy jungle recently, pathing around top lane as both top laners have hit level 6.
I mean, there's no vision right now for Crazy up here. So, would be susceptible to getting jumped on if Ambition decides to wrap around, but they just saw that scrying plant go off. So they know that he's nearby. Bless walking in, Petrifying Gaze comes through.
My Asma was late there. I maybe was on cooldown, unaware what the story was there for Crown.
Either way, just chunking out the Gragas won't be enough to send him back to lane because he has that built-in sustain. Crown just investing that, just trying to flex up where he can. Has a little bit of time before Tempt gets that flash back, but now that the Petrifying Gaze is down, likely will not be finding another solo kill at the moment. At least not with, you know, maybe he can get a kill, but it will require a gank from Ambition.
Who has, like you say, mostly been setting up around top to baby the Kled through the laning phase. Never the strongest before items start coming in, so a little help can go a long way for how this matchup we expect to develop, where he really does have all-in options against Crazy as the game goes on.
He's got that Tiamat now, so we'll be in a pretty nice spot. Could keep up and see us a bit closer here.
It's fun that you can kind of look at Crown's solo queue and work out what he's feeling good about in his last 7 days, 5-1 on Cassiopeia, so he's like, all right, feeling it. And he is that sort of feel player. For anyone wondering if he has a new champion in his history, the answer is no. He very rarely does.
Yeah.
But with Syndra available, with Taliyah available, him going Cassiopeia was a left turn, and champion pool flexibility for Crown has never been something that Samsung has needed, but showing that he has it kind of reminds me of when SKT a couple of years ago showed Zillion when only a KT Rolster were playing it as kind of a mind game of, hey, we can do this too.
Yeah.
So having Crown play different stuff adds the mind games for the more difficult matches as the weeks go on.
Yeah, well, that was what, right before they went into the telecom war against KT?
Yep.
They're just like, hey, look, a Zillion. How you feeling, Fly?
We don't see Zillions anymore, sadly, in our league.
We don't see Fly anymore either, which means that we lost Aurelion Soul.
That's true. We still have
Scepted.
He's been doing good.
But, well, he's been doing well. Everate.
Hey, they won a match. Can we at least be slightly optimistic about Everate?
Yeah, I mean, hey, good job. You got the game win. Same with BBQ. You know, I'm optimistic. I just need to see some further progression. You know, keep that ball rolling. Don't let it halt.
Optimism for this particular game. It started to go awry. I always get a bit narrow-eyed when I think about Ghost and going for the Corki and kind of changing what was working, which for BBQ really was the protect the hyper carry comp. If you look back at their series against Afrika Freaks, game 1 and 2, protecting the hyper carry, then game 3, one of the worst drafts we've seen so far in the summer season. That was the Jace Nidalee Talia Trist Braum comp that fell behind and could never do anything.
Looking for it yet again, but this time Temp doesn't have that flash. So Ambition just going to be exchanging. But yet again makes Temp that much more susceptible, so maybe Crown can just come up with another solo kill.
To be clear, this draft certainly can do things. Not as narrow focus as that draft I mentioned, but just jumping on the Corki, also how narrow focus it is on the Orianna getting ahead may prove to be problems for BBQ.
Drink started up. They have unique vision. As you can tell, there's just 3 sources right in front of the pit. One of them being that control ward. And Corey JJ here is here to back up, and with the assistance of Crown, they should take this down very swiftly. Get that nice little bit of added sustain.
And they profit off of the lane control they had in bot lane. They've been able to push it up whenever they've wanted to. Corki's wave clear and pushing ability in bot lane isn't as strong as it is in the mid lane.
Oh boy, it's another Ocean.
Hey, it's not bad for Cassiopeia in particular. If you're gonna have 2 Oceans, make them the first 2 spawns.
This is true. No, that 40-minute, well, 40-minute.
Oh, baby.
I mean, guess if nobody wanted to take the Ocean Drink for the longest time, it could be at 40 minutes, which has happened.
28:59. The previous Drake was taken, and then just leave it on the map for 6 minutes.
Yeah, whatever.
So able to freely push in bot lane with the kill in mid lane. Crowns had basically complete run of the lane, and in top lane they've been able to push as well. So 3 pushing lanes, so much map control for BBQ. Does mean there's gank opportunities for Bless with overextended members, but vision has been strong situationally across the map. Now largely focused around bot side after being top side earlier. Means that so far no cost to all the pushing that Samsung has been doing.
Finding a nice little ward to clear out, but things going rather slowly here, 12 minutes into the game. 1,500 gold lead overall for Samsung. Turks haven't really been taking too much damage at the moment. As QV does get popped off the Scarl, and he has that ear-piercing scream.
Yeah, but the upside of the Scarl sounds is that when he remounts, it's one of the best sounds in the game. Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, it's very triumphant.
It is.
For a coward, and we're going to have a pause. Oh, boy.
Oh, I wonder what the problem is. Is there a skin issue?
It's the 12-minute skin issue. I just noticed. This
Seems to be with Ambition on our screens. We'll let you know if OGN gives us any extra details.
Seems to be maybe a peripheral problem. Okay, so it looks like his mouse is not functioning at the moment, so we will go ahead and get that taken care of. Maybe swapped out. We have our handy little lower third to tell you.
Yeah.
In case you're watching with no audio on.
First time in a while we've had a mouse issue and it wasn't peanut related.
This is true. But I mean, he just decided to choose the worst mouse that you could ever have as a pro gamer in 2017.
You know what's bad where, there's a rule that you have to have backup peripherals and it's hard to find replacement mice.
Yeah.
That's what happens when you have
impossible.
A very old mouse like Peanut uses.
Like if somebody from Logitech is watching, I would love an MX518 because those things are expensive if you want to buy them brand new. So if there's just a stockpile of that mouse.
This is not the platform for free stuff, Gilius.
I'll buy it.
I don't know what you were doing when you were in Shanghai, but we don't ask for free stuff on this stream.
I will buy it. I just want to know if I
Why
can
is there no
purchase
free
it.
chicken?
Well, see, now you're asking for free stuff.
I know, that was the joke. Do as I say, not as I do.
Okay.
I do say.
All right.
Well, hopefully this issue will be fixed pretty quickly. A peripheral issue just means that we should have the replacement of mouse, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem.
Depends on which one he uses. Ambition's been playing for a while. Maybe he's got one of those irreplaceable mice at this point.
I mean, at some point, someone just needs to tell him to change
just
the mouse.
Just get a different one, man.
Yeah, ghost screen as well. Maybe he needs a new chair.
He's using some, like, Windows 98 base, like, mouse from back in the day.
Well,
Okay.
even if it is, it's been sourced, it's been replaced.
Right.
Seems like Ambition has a mouse.
We'll go ahead and continue on in the jungle, and it's really, I mean, the pause comes up, but basically in a pause right now because nothing's happening.
Well, Tread's Rush coming through for Ruler. Sometimes see Ninja Tabi on champions like Jin especially. If you're super behind, you might go Boots 2 to dodge skill shots, but well, Tread's this early. Seems to be very afraid of being locked up, but also the magic resist going to help pretty extensively against Corki. So I guess against Corki in particular, the magic resist does have quite a lot of value, just like Ninja Tabi against other AD carries. Still surprisingly respectful, and does mean that the scaling build from the Xayah is going to take even longer to come together.
Yes, we'll delay it for a bit. Blue buff will get handed over. Ambition just a bit too late. Might have been able to take that, actually, if he was in position earlier, since the smite was used early by Bless.
Right now, BBQ need to really consolidate their resources to try to compete with the Vision. They have one River Ward across the entire map, and that is placed by Orianna, I believe, on the entrance to their own red side jungle. But for now, it's just been Samsung pushing lanes, being able to push in. It's why they have been able to amass 1,100 gold lead, 400 from the first blood, but the rest of it is just the CS that's been denied from BBQ to the tower mostly. Also imagine that turret HP has been working in their side, even if it is going to be only limited chunks.
Just chip damage coming through here and there. We'll go ahead and find that control ward, take it down. Rod of Age is completed for Crowns. Has that ticking upward as he continues to build up sacks on the tier of the Goddess.
Man, we made a straight line for the Trinity Force this game. That's very fast for a bot lane Trinity Force, but Dawn Shield, Control Ward, and a Trinity Force. 14
minutes, Ambition. Almost ends up in a fight, but he makes it out of there. He's got tunnels, as it turns out. Now pushing in, we'll find Bless, who goes in on top of Crown, flashes away, gets knocked to the side by the explosive cask. Ambition maybe in a bit of a rough spot. Will get sunned up by the Alistar, and that Shockwave completely going to miss. And now Crown, with the Petrifying Gaze, locks up onto Ghost. Glacial Fisher coming down as well. He is able to Valkyrie out to safety, but Totoro cannot say the same. BBQ lose so many summoner spells, and they still lose their support.
And that's the Invader's advantage you get when you've been able to push up, when you've been able to push in Vision. Excellent layering of CC, and like you say, Hula Hoop coming through from Tempt, who really needs to be the big damage dealer this game. They have a lot of setup for the Shockwave. Excellent ball carriers, as we talked about. Doesn't matter if you go wide on that ability. Sure, there wasn't ability power behind it, but it would have at least bought time and delayed. And they may actually just lose first brick from that botched team fight.
I mean, Ghost is pushing down there to try to poke out where he can, but only then he's doing this because he does have the package available to get himself out of here safely. But the turret will fall. And Samsung, they go ahead and they start accelerating the pace of the game. They will pick up a bit more of a gold lead as they move to about 2,500 ahead at this point.
And remember that fight was fought at the strongest possible point for Ghost. He had a straight-up Trinity Force already completed. That was the biggest item spike of any of the people involved in the fight in bot lane, but wasn't able to put it to great use. Essence Reaver now completed. A lot of Merc Treads on the side of Samsung. They know that layering of Initiation CC and the Shockwave is the real way that BBQ will put together a victory in this game, and that's why they are razor focused on being able to get out.
Vision just holding down the fort there in the bottom side, making sure that Ghost can't use that Trinity Force to get any free damage on the turret. Samsung playing a very measured game. They're not overextending. They are just dictating the pace of this one, and they're not trying to go too ham.
I wonder what the AD carry Corki will do as we move into the mid to late game. Usually he will, of course,
die.
Well, that's definitely a possibility, given it's Samsung versus BBQ, but I'm more talking about, the standard play pattern for a Corki is pick up a package, go to a side lane, try to take turrets with your Trinity Force procs. That's still possible when it's a bot lane Corki, but you don't have the level leads and just the extra gold's worth of stats you get from the extra levels, HP in particular, to make that a pretty straightforward action. So, and also where the support will go while you're doing that is kind of in question as well. So, going to be just different expectations. We know exactly what a Corki looks like from the mid lane, but can just be that little bit different when it's a bot lane Corki.
See, trying to get the jump on a Crown, but instead they just go ahead and send the Bless body slamming back to safety. Ocean Drake number 2 has spawned. It has already started up here by Samsung. See how much BBQ wants to fight over this one. Crazy, he does have that TP available, but it seems like this is just going to be a non-commitment here. Watch that one go down, and it's going to be a third Ocean Drake.
Piling up, and 3 mountains in this scenario, and you'd be razor-focused on Baron for Samsung with the Xayah, and specifically the Cassiopeia to DPS it down. Even Kled can do decent damage to Baron, but being Ocean. It's more just about the most comfortable tier timing you could ever hope for from Crown, who, when he hits 10 stacks with all the CS and the kill involvements he got, he is going to be a very powerful Cassiopeia.
Oh, for sure. I mean, look at him. He's almost 30 CS above Tempt at the moment. In the meantime, up top, Cuvée should just be able to finish this one off. Yep. One more swipe. We'll find that. Instead, going to go forward. Look for a little bit of a trade on the Crazy, but he's got the flag and drag to take himself out. So second turret going down in favor of Samsung as they stretch to about a 4,000 gold lead.
You do start to realize that they kind of have 3 losing lanes. We kind of told it from...
That's not how you do that.
Nope. It was a bit of a fail play there, but the ability to put down vision, the minimap told the story, but also the CS values. Samsung are winning in every possible way. As BBQ just feels like they're on the back foot, and like you say, kind of onlookers watching as every early game objective goes over to Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, they're just kind of being robbed right now, BBQ. Everything that they want, every reward that they place down, Samsung's like, well, thank you. Just get that added little bit of gold to come through. Now they're looking for the Rift Heralds. They can start breaking down maybe these tier 2 turrets, perhaps just finish off the mid-outer.
I mean, BBQ knows they're taking the Rift Herald, but they don't really have the ability to contest it. We talked about, the ability to push up for Antara in Series 1, and it's kind of the case here is that all the objectives are kind of a checklist for Samsung to put together at this point in the game, but BBQ, even though they kind of have a copy of the checklist, they can't really contest anything because the item timings aren't there. They're being dictated to where they can be on the map by the control ward line. There's 4 damn control wards in the river. That's a Amada-esque play of just overwarding the river. Yeah. Basically, that says BBQ can never go anywhere near the river because it is entirely owned. It might as well be putting a flag on Mars here because there's no way getting through the river, ever.
Samsung just, they really want those Ocean Drakes. So, complete control right now over the game. We'll be flipping Crown down into the bottom side of the map. Send Ruler and Core JJ up to mid, just try to poke down Tempt, and then, get at that turret. It's almost at 50% already.
And when you get the CS lead, the pressure lead, when you get the kill on your enemy laner in a tough matchup, usually, hold the thought for a second.
Oh, well, that's going to be the jump in. Rise comes through as Cuvée will get knocked up into the air, looking for a bit of a trade back there on it goes, trying to lock him in underneath the turret, but, well, there's only so much you can do. In a 1v3, he will go down. In the meantime, Crown getting this wave, pushing in towards that tier 2 turret, so it's not going to be without consequence for BBQ.
Crown's actually walking up onto the wave and also the Orianna and zoning her away from the turret. That's awkward. I was going to say that, Crown is going to become a tank in this game. He's going to go Banshee Veil, Seraph's Embrace, and also a 10-stack Rod of Ages soon, and just laugh at the initiation wombo from BBQ, and there's that Rift Herald in the mid lane.
Yeah, gonna go ahead, finish that one off with the first charge. In the meantime, Ghost does have alone time in the bottom side of the map with that tier 2 turret, but he's feeling the pressures, knows that he has to respond to this Rift Herald play from Samsung, so we'll be going back with a recall, but if he had stuck around, actually probably could have knocked down that turret, but would have been in danger of getting killed.
I'm just getting worried that we may get to a point in the game where he just pops his Seraph shield, ignores the shockwave, and kills everyone because, he's got extra gold to go Banshee Veil. Second,
you're worried? I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, really? You're looking forward to the Cassiopeia just ignoring the enemy comp and profiting anyway?
Every time you see a Cassiopeia pop off, it's wonderful to see. So Crown, he's in a good spot, you'd have to say, right now.
So they're actually having to move the vision line that was so beautifully put together on the bot side. You can see every control ward moved. They weren't cleared, they were moved to the top side because, well, it is 21 minutes and Cassiopeia loves killing Barons. So right now, the focus from Samsung Galaxy is going to be around red side control. And you look at the side of BBQ, they have a lot of people that can put down wards pretty safely. Jarvan, Gragas, both of them have dashes. Alistar is super tanky. They will be able to inch vision forward, but contesting the control wards will once again be a bit of a bridge too far for BBQ. And this is kind of the meanwhile situations. We haven't really mentioned Ruler's name. 2 of those items completed, working his way towards the 3rd item. May not be the Infinity Edge with the long sword in his inventory, but starting to get together and starting to become a teamfight threat in his own mind.
Samsung is pushing forward, trying to clear out any vision that might be established here from BBQ on that one ward, but it seems like that might be a bridge too far. In the meantime, Cuvée down here will flash away from the Cataclysm as Tempt does arrive. Keeps himself alive for the moment. will be without that ultimate. Now QV being thrown into the bouncy castle. Will get popped around. Has Glacial Fissure answering with his own knock-up onto Bless and Totoro. Root comes through onto Bless. That's still going to be pretty tanky here with the Gragas, but this does allow Samsung to finally clear out the control ward.
Yeah, Ambition's build, rushing the Adaptive Helm, is about doing face checks like you see right now and pushing up the vision. It's just a game of vision. Much of the excitement has actually been on the minimap in this particular game with how brazenly Samsung have been able to push up their vision, but when you have someone as strong as Crown, when Rule is hitting his item spikes as well, both of them on champions they're playing for the first time in the summer season, that is good reading for any Samsung fan.
And third Ocean Drake is now spawned. Ambition and QV already in the vicinity. See if they want to go ahead and start this one up. Instead, they have their eyes set on this blue buff at the moment. Without an enemy smite nearby, you'd have to expect that Ambition should be able to take this one away. It just depends on how much he wants to trade in against Crazy.
How many buffs have BBQ in a row watched be taken away? You know, they contested for 1 blue and ended up taking deaths in that scenario. They've given away now 3 of the Ocean Drakes. They've given away a Rift Herald. Are they going to be surrendering a free Baron in the next 5 minutes? Possibility, you'd say. This is the sort of game where they tried to get tricky. They went with the last pick Orianna, flexed the Corki over to bot lane, but it really hasn't meant much, and it's been kind of surgical from the side of Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, it really has. Like I said, just methodical play, not taking any overt risks, and they're still just playing that much cleaner than their opponents. So BBQ, even with the slight deficit that they're in, it's going to be interesting to see if they can make their way, I don't even want to say back into this game at all.
It's a weird scenario, right? Because as you say, like when it comes to gold leads, you're going to be like, well, you know, it's 3,500, 4,000, not massive. But if this was a heart rate monitor, there'd be like almost no signs of life from BBQ, whereas there'll be a beating heart on the side of Samsung, because tempo-wise, this game has been about as one-sided as can be.
Yeah. So need perhaps, you know, a giant Wombo engage with that Shockwave to come through here for attempt.
But they haven't been able to pressure any summoners, so hitting that engage is going to be not that reliable.
Ambition walking in fairly blindly. Glacial Fissure will come down, and Crown is pinching in from the top side. That is going to be Bless falling. First and foremost, the package to help get Ghost out of there with his life. As he just pokes around from the side, Flash will come through here for Totoro, getting himself away from QV, but already the one pick. The smite eliminated Samsung. How do they want to play this? They have that ward sitting in, the control ward sitting in the Baron pit, so just go ahead and start this one up. Ward comes over the wall from BBQ. They have vision of this. The Samsung sticker, do they peel back?
Wave is down, but Flashes are up on the side of Samsung. Wait for the turn.
It's going to be the Cataclysm coming through. Ruler goes low, but immediately you see that Crazy just has to go ahead and hightail out of there. The Baron will go down. Crown is pushing forward, looking for 10. Flash in from Ambition. Only gets a knock up in onto Crazy as he goes low. Flash into the Venom Storm, and Roller comes up with the kill, looking for a second. The Crown is there with the Twin Fangs. Go ahead and scoop that one up for himself. 3 kills delayed coming through there from the side of Samsung, and they get the Baron.
And Roller's had enough time kiting backwards on Varus. He gets to play the Xayah, and surprisingly, going Rambo engage mode on the Xayah. They knew they had enough damage through the Featherstorm and the Blade Core. They'll walk up, happily take an inner turret as well. Ended up being that free Baron we talked about, Achilles, really. In most senses of the word, they back away, and now the gold lead starts to mirror the tempo advantage for Samsung.
I mean, what did it cost them? 3 flashes, all used aggressively from Samsung. We'll go ahead and get a nice little replay here.
And they're so high health that the Cataclysm comes in, and 4 people just stay on the Baron. They're not even worried at all. Of course, no smite threat coming through from BBQ. But watch Ruler here, who, like we said, last time he played was that SKT series, where in game 1 especially, Orb walking back, kiting like a god against the Kassadin and other backline engage. This time, going aggressive, diving in. Usually Xayah and Cassiopeia are thought of as kite-back champions. We talk about how they function best when the enemy's coming to them. When you're this far ahead and you can use your flash brazenly and not have things to respect in the future, they can also go forward.
Well, very nicely done there. Puts himself on the board with a kill, has those 3 assists as well. But, I mean, compared to our first series, it's been significantly slower. That was a bit of a slaughter fest, I suppose, on both sides, especially in game number 1.
It's been a slaughter fest, but it's not the sort of slaughter fest we're used to.
Yeah. Kills don't really indicate it, but
a macro slaughter
now.
Fest. Yeah. I mean, any team in the world can watch this game and learn something, because Samsung has been so clean, so surgical, that you can watch this game and it will inform your own play in a positive way. You'll take something from it because it has been so good from Samsung Galaxy.
They just have BBQ in a chokehold right now, and they are just continuously adding that pressure. So they look for that first inhib turret up here in the top lane. In the meantime, Cube knocking down that final inner. Advancing the gold lead, advancing the minion waves. All going to be empowered by Baron. A couple more hits here from Ruler will knock down this turret.
I got that turret really low earlier, I guess. I didn't notice the inhibitor turret damage, but base is broken on the first Baron buff.
Yeah, the first push, like BBQ just couldn't really work their way up there, so just now have to surrender it. The damage has been done. Now they're looking for this. Blitz throwing out.
Block from JJ.
Yeah, has the Unbreakable up, so not going to be sending them anywhere. Just will be sending Bless to the grave yet again. Gragas goes down, inhib line. Will now be shattered here by Samsung. 3:30 minutes. And they're not done yet. They're looking for more. So getting the maximum out of this Baron buff.
I mean, Core JJ has been on point with blocking Weaver's walls in this game. So on point with the explosive cast. Bless, for the first time, felt empowered to make something happen after watching a million objectives go down and just denied by the Unbreakable. 3 inhibitors go down. I mean, it's not going to be a perfect game, but it's about as clean as can be in spite of that.
Yep. So 3 inhibs down, all off the 1 Baron buff, looking for the finish. Petrifying Gaze comes through, gets a lot of damage in, but doesn't find any stuns. Glacial Fissure will get the pop-up here onto Totoro. It seems like he can make it back safely. Flag and drag through. Does pop-up Cube and Crown. As he goes dangerously low, just ghosting his way around the fight. Skirting around this one, trying to keep himself alive. Ruler as well.
But the game won't end here. The health bar's really low on the carries for Samsung.
They're almost overstepping their boundaries here. Cube just make it back in onto Skarl, but taking too much damage. Samsung, they will basically shatter the base. They basically won the game, but it will be extended for a little bit longer. So not going to get that pre-30-minute finish, but instead, they can just go ahead, pick up an Infernal Drake, and make it that much easier for them.
Samsung have really grasped 2 open hands the week off they had after beating SKT, because at Rift Rivals, we didn't see this Samsung Galaxy. They were pretty poor. They got 2 wins on the first day, but not in really triumphant fashion by any means against the opposition they faced on day 1, and then, of course, famously lost alongside SKT on the final day of Rift Rivals. Beat SKT with the Sejuani Braum. Don't even play the Sejuani when it's available in this game, although Braum remains a cornerstone of the comps they enjoy to run, and Core JJ looks so great on it.
The first pick Braum, too.
Yep, and they're certainly making it worth the first pick with the use of the Unbreakable. And then they just come up with a game like this that is so clean. And Crown, he's the one who was under the microscope at Rift Rival because he'd had a weak couple of weeks. The moment that he got a solo kill in mid, you kind of knew what was going to come after.
Yeah, it's been absolutely impressive thus far. Cube going in, has the charge, and Tempt is under fire, takes so much damage. So throwing out that shockwave, but Bless is yet again going to be the first one that falls. Does get the wrap up here onto Cube, but it's just not enough damage to even come close really to taking down that Kled. Totoro's going to fall, and that's just going to be the Nexus under fire. BBQ just strangled out of this game, and Tempt, he'll die right at the end as Crown puts another kill on the board. 9-1 at the end. Samsung absolutely destroy BBQ.
Surgical. Surgical is the way I would put it. Methodical, surgical, whatever you want to call it.
They dissected them.
They did. The warding especially, the amount of control wards they were able to push up. They decided they wanted to win the bot side, 4 control wards down. They went top side, 4 control wards down. Everything they did made sense, and we haven't necessarily seen that from some of our better teams. They've taken more brazen risks. They didn't need to take any risks. As we said, the checklist was assembled, it was followed, almost no mistakes, short of a perfect game maybe for Samsung Galaxy. But BBQ, they were almost voyeurs watching as everything happened around them, and by the end, the game was over.
Yeah, it's just one of those this is fine moments, you know. Nothing that they can do about it, just kind of accepted their fate.
You know, they were waiting for the call. Is this the one we can test for? Is this the one? Is this the one? It never was. It was never the one.
Their best moment was when Bless tried to throw that explosive cast when Core JJ had the Unbreakable. That was the opening. And,
they went for the go button with 3 inhibitors down.
Yeah. Core JJ says, you shall not pass. Doesn't let them into that opening. And, well, that was just about the end of the game right there in that moment.
And that was with Samsung Galaxy skipping over all their normal picks, showing us something new, and still being surgical.
Yeah. Oh, beautiful stuff from Samsung. We'll see if they keep it up for game number 2, or BBQ will cook up something to try to surprise us. That wasn't even the joke that I had intended, but we'll go with it anyway.
They call it a special menu when they have a monthly special. They're going to need it. They're going to take a single game from a Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, that was just absolutely clean play. So bouncing back from that, could be very difficult, not just because, I mean, they're going up against the #1 team in the league, but just because of the mental state that you might be in after getting defeated like that. But we're going to go to a quick break, guys. When we come back, we'll have game number 2. See if BBQ can make this one a bit more competitive, or if Samsung will just give us an early night.
Better tie those shoes. We're jumping fences. We're gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. We're taking chances. Taking chances. Taking chances. Better tie those shoes. We're jumping fences. Gonna shake these boots. We're taking chances. Taking chances.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Samsung, if you're just joining us, had, well, they just played a bot game basically on screen for us because BBQ basically didn't even load in. 31 minutes, 1 second on the clock, and a hell of a lot of damage coming out of ground.
Now, to be fair, it was at least intermediate bots, Achilles.
Yes.
But, yeah, it was so comfortable from the side of Samsung Galaxy in our 66th match of the season, marching towards the 90 that are required to complete a season of the LCK, regular season at least. MVP could definitely be crowned for his dominating mid lane performance, getting the solo kill on Tempt, or maybe even Core JJ, who for me was the star of this particular game. We'll give it to crown, though.
All right, well, 306 Deathless there on the Cassiopeia, showing us some
100% kill participation, too.
Yeah, does come out on top with that. That's himself his 7th MVP win. So climbing those standings, still a ways to go if he wants to catch up to Kuro, but was on top for the longest time.
And of course was the regular season MVP in spring, repeating looking unlikely as the matches start to dwindle. But after first pressuring and then ghosting, knew he had enough mana, knew his damage output, got the solo kill onto Tempt, first Cassiopeia of the season. But for once it was the pressure from Crown that he wasn't able to produce in many recent games, and this was after BBQ got creative to actually counterpick the Cassiopeia.
I really like that Tempt was like walk-weaving back and forth, trying to dodge out on the poison when it wasn't off cooldown yet. So he was just eating Twin Fangs the entire time.
Well, I mean, as I said, in the draft it felt like BBQ got too tricky for their own good. You could argue that in that particular passage of play they did, and by this point, there were so many items piled onto Samsung that they could basically do everything and be okay. Didn't have to worry about their positioning. Basically a tank build from Crown to just ignore the wombo engage that was there for BBQ. And when you see Crown and Ruler ghosting and flashing after you as Cassiopeia Xayah, the king and queen of disengage usually, then this is what happens.
Yeah, you done goofed at that point, and that was a beautiful block there by Core JJ. That one
rough.
play alone probably could have earned him that MVP, but Crown just hounding everybody down, does come out on top.
And power napping as well in the booth, so pretty academic stuff for Samsung. Although with that music, they're gonna be a substitution on the Samsung side, it seems. I guess jungle?
That would be most likely, and yeah, it's gonna be Ambition taking a nice little break here in the series as Haru will come back in. Like you said, we've only seen him a few times so far, so it should be the third now as he rejoins the squad.
Yeah, good to see Haru get a bit of time. Played one game of Lee Sin, I believe, earlier in the season, then a single game of the Zac. So only 2 games he's recently played. Should have only been 2, but giving him a bit of time because there's a chance in a best of 5 especially, having a substitute jungler who can watch the enemy pathing and then substitute in is usually a big boon. The same thing about Blank when Peanut was the starter, and we will say that about Haru. So getting him a bit of stage, maybe getting him to 5 games before the end of the season will be useful just to ensure that he's stage ready. Haru looked great in spring, but the belief has been that, especially with the Cinderhulk meta coming through, Ambition is the preferred starter, and it feels like Ambition's position will only be stronger in 7-14.
I'm glad that Samsung's not doing the thing that we've seen from them in the past where they just swap everybody out. Suddenly Wraith is in the game, he's picking Kale support.
Where's Stitch and Wraith at?
Just hanging out.
I kind of
down
want
the
Wraith
street.
to play his one game of Kale support or Lux support for the season.
It's in his contract, pretty sure. But so far has not been fulfilled. But here we go, BBQ over onto the blue side. Going to be banning away first and foremost the Varus and that Zyra. So getting rid of maximum comfort here for Ruler and Core JJ. But so far, Braum is still on the table. And Samsung have already shown us that they don't mind first picking that. So it seems like that's probably going to be the snatch up unless BBQ takes it for themselves.
I wonder how they feel about Kalista, because Kalista will be the tier list ban. That has been the big 3 on red side, Kalista, Caitlyn, and the Zac. And okay, they will just ban away Bless's Elise, which has been the biggest pick for him in recent memory. That has been their only real early game power. Speaking of early game power, because Samsung on blue, they could ban away the Jace in game 1. But they're going to take Braum over everything. Ruler is not traditionally a Kalista player, so maybe they feel like they can get both, which may indeed prove true. But for any other teams to be a surprising draft, but when we saw first pick Braum put to such good use by Samsung in game 1, it does make a hell of a lot of sense to go with it again for BBQ.
Yeah, have to take it off the table. But even with Haru coming in here, we'll still be picking up the Rek'Sai like we saw from Ambition in game 1. So go ahead and snatch that one up. Where do they go from here? So it seems like they want to go to the Kalista. And it might just go back over to the Zaya that Ruler had a very nice debut game on.
Showed us something new. He's played Calista before, 2-1 on the pick.
Okay.
Bit of a last-second swap away, and just going to go for the Tom Kench into the Braum. Old laning matchup we saw a lot in the first 3 weeks of the season, but Tom Kench hasn't been as commonplace in recent weeks. Looks like hyper carry is going to be what BBQ are looking for. Predictable on their recent play, but certainly not from their game one when they flexed the Corki to the mid lane. I see a lot of nods at the head coming through from Ghost, maybe saying, yes, please, would love to play some Twitch. We'll be locked in at the last possible second.
Yeah, we'll just go ahead, let that clock run down so they get that. So bottom lane secured here for the side of BBQ. See where they want to go now, because, I mean, the likes of that Talia is still available. Both Tempt and Crown favor that pick quite a bit.
Might feel like BBQ want to hold on to mid lane, though, after being so well just taken over by the Cassiopeia solo kill early in game one.
Okay, here we go.
It's going to take the Sejuani, so doing it a bit Samsung style.
We're going
with
to steal the duo.
Sejuani Braum. The duo are going to be piloted by BBQ on this side. Does mean very big front line, potentially, for the Twitch to free fire behind. And remember, Rek'Sai's already drafted by Samsung. If we remember back to what Longzhu was playing in Series 1, the Gragas was the big pick to be able to interrupt all these tanks and actually get access to more priority targets. Not going to be available for Samsung, but they just draft Ashe. When they don't have Varus open, they go Ashe, and they're still going to go Super Stand.
Well, it's just going to be the Freljord match, I suppose, with the Ashe joining in.
Are there any more Freljord champions?
Lissandra
That's true.
would be another one, but somewhere Kuzan is crying that that's not in the meta.
I mean, Crown played it quite a lot back in the day as well.
Yeah,
but,
in the past, but she's still not
No.
not all there.
And we don't get to hear Korean Lysandra screams rip through our ears for a little bit longer. That's thanks. I asked not to hear it. So
I know.
very kind of you to share.
I wanted to get all the what face spam in the chat.
Thanks very much for that. The Galio going to be denied away. That was, of course, one of the other champions you can pile on with unkillable front lines that Ashe certainly won't have any fun dealing with.
I'm sorry if you had your headphones turned up very loud, chat.
Yeah, you're making a really great re-entrance to the stream.
I know, right?
Galios. They really want to see more of you now.
Exactly. Well, Galio, Jace, Camille banned away. Don't want that into the hands of QV. Yeah, again, but I mean, he could just go back to the Kled again if he wants to, but never mind. We'll just ban it.
Yeah, Kled has lane priority on a lot of the top laners BBQ would have been considering, apart from, say, Jace. That is still a possibility for the side of BBQ especially. Oh, sorry, the Jace was banned, so the tank pull expected from Crazy with the Jace gone would largely have been countered by a Kled, and it was the Kled answer for the Jarvan in game one, but it's going to be the Jarvan blind pick in game two. Happy to take the Jarvan they are undefeated on this season and pick the engages and want to force terms in the mid game, and the Jarvan's a great way to do that.
Just leaving that nice last pick for Crown in the mid lane, see where he wants to go. Renekton will be the answer for the J4 for Crazy.
Yeah, it's a good laning matchup, so far no complaints there. The blind pick mid laner. LeBlanc saw bans in the first series of the day, and now we're looking for a blind pick from Tempt. A lot of different ways you can go.
Please.
Crowd excited about the Aurelion Soul.
I would love to see this and see what Crown's answer would be. But maybe we just play it super safe for Tempt. Oh.
Talia would make the most sense given what they have. They've got a winning lane matchup in top side. Talia to potentially invade with the Sejuani around level 6 as well. A lot of different ways you can answer the Talia in mid lane. Corki, one of the famous ones. Kassadin, a possibility. But with the Renekton potentially having lane control over Jarvan, it'd be probably too much of a risk. Take the Kassadin, so why not go with what worked in game one? Okay. Why not stick with the Cassiopeia?
Yeah, just going to go ahead and pick this one up here yet again. So had that solo kill coming through after that initial gank, getting rid of the flash from Tempt. And right now, still hovering those same summoner spells. Seems like he's going to be maybe sticking with the flash heal. See if he's going to swap anything around and try to go over for the Ghost. Or maybe even the Cleanse.
Cleanse value for the Ashe and also the Cassiopeia ult pretty high, so will be a consideration, but there's also a Jarvan that Cleanse doesn't do much against, so you're going to have headaches about initiation from Samsung one way or the other. I imagine whatever he can take for laning phase is probably what needs to happen, given the Tempt was pretty well taken down by Crown in game one. There's definitely options for BBQ as this game goes on. They have winning lanes, Specifically in top lane, they're going to have a lot of a happy time. Twitch has a very tanky front line to be able to free fire behind. It's not like Samsung's comp, Jarvan accepted, has massive access to the back line. They went with the Rek'Sai quite early, and then they couldn't go for the Gragas that did so well for the side of Longzhu Gaming earlier. So definitely a little bit less certainty about this game, but if it plays out like game one, which was that surgical incision by Samsung that BBQ could never come back from, maybe the scaling doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Maybe they can't hit that tanky point where their items coming through because they're just getting strangled out of the game yet again. Certainly is a possibility. We'll see how Haru, swapping in for Ambition, is going to change the style of play here for Samsung as we load up for game two. Welcome to Summoner's Rift for potentially the final time tonight.
Draft is definitely happier from BBQ. They didn't need to be too tricky to get good laning matchups.
MVP's not playing today.
It's true. Maybe it's for the most valuable player rather than for the most valuable player organization. What an awkward name that is.
It couldn't be.
Whenever you talk about MVP with MVP in the game, it's a bad time.
Yeah, especially when the MVP is not from MVP.
Which is very frequently the case in
Yeah.
summer season.
Doesn't happen very much.
No. We haven't talked to those players very much.
Nope.
But, yeah, pushing lanes in top and mid lane for BBQ. Bot lane's going to be more in the control of Samsung, although with the Tom Kench, not as guaranteed. Should still be pretty comfortable. So that kind of puts our sights on Haru, who will be playing Rek'Sai in this game. First sighting of Haru's Rek'Sai for the season, and I'd have to check, but I don't know if he's ever played Rek'Sai on the side of Samsung Galaxy. Might have played it for CJ in 2016, but...
Yeah, hard to, think back to that point because it's really just been the very aggressive picks for Haru in the
this
past.
season it has been the Lee Sin and the Zac. Able to look over, and he has played the Rek'Sai, but I believe almost exclusively on CJ Entus in 2016, so something a bit different for him. Definitely a different player and with a different squad than the Haru that struggled so extensively in summer last year. It's crazy he was counter jumping.
He was trying to, get a bit cheeky, but this might just cost him. Tries to make it to the wall. The heal comes down from Temp, so 2 summoner spells going to be used from the side of BBQ, and probably get for it is a few Raptors.
Yeah, their ward was so deep that they didn't have the shallow vision to know that Jarvan was there for the first auto, and then Cassiopeia, I guess you're happy that some of her mana bar went into harass. Does mean that Crown will have to focus on CSing to get his mana back in laning phase. So I guess maybe it relieves pressure from Talia, but it does draw both summoners from Crazy.
Yeah. So not going to be a great start here for BBQ to have that turnaround performance compared to game number 1. QA starting things off with a W. Taking that Aegis.
Yeah, Golden Aegis for a bit of a slow. Try to chase down the Crocodile.
They came close.
It is kind of awkward that he doesn't have the Q to push and thus still gets level 2 first without a flash. Just Crazy.
No Dragon Strike. Haru just making his rounds, and Bless maybe going for a bit of an invade if he wants to jump over the wall. Just going to drop some vision for now, so we'll be able to spot out Haru if he tries to wrap around on this very forward push. Renekton.
Level 3. So obviously a little bit more safety there from Crazy, but no minion wave to surf backwards given how aggressively you've been able to push. So a bit of pressure relief from QV early with the summoners being down. Was a mini win for Samsung Galaxy. Ooh, Ruthless Predator.
Got it.
Always feels good when you pull that off.
The lane dominance has been established.
And dominance in mid lane. Not established yet, but definitely for the series has been established by Crown from game 1.
I remember when I first discovered that you could, full rotate a ward and kill it as Leona. Back when she was pretty new.
Felt good, huh?
Yeah, it always felt good to pull that off, even though it's literally just auto-attacking and hitting Q once.
I mean, mechanics that were revolutionary and 5 years ago are certainly normal now. I know that when I got to Korea, started playing solo queue, and obviously wasn't the highest rated to begin the season. I was amazed that, in just mid-gold, players were just perfect at least in mechanics and stuff like that 5 years ago would have been unimaginable. the mechanical floor has risen extensively.
Yeah.
Things that we were amazed about, few and far between now. This is being hunted by Haru, but no incentive to go any further aggressive.
It's a Sejuani. She's pretty tanky. So odds of coming up with anything there are going to be very slim. So for now, it's just going to be a bit of a farm fest.
Hooray, a farm fest.
I know, it's wonderful.
I mean, game 1 was a macro victory, and they don't necessarily have pushing lanes this time, so it does mean the pace of the game is a bit slower. CS leads available abound, but nothing really to comment on too extensively. Just some standard League of Legends.
So, I mean, I didn't really get to talk to you about this. I'm sure you and Atlas have kind of discussed your time, but how was Rift Rivals?
I mean, the tournament itself was, you know, one of those weird tournaments where the best of one makes it hard to evaluate. It was fun to see international competition. You know, to me, it kind of felt as a primer for Worlds. I think kind of the biggest learnings were for teams that had done super well in their league. Like OMG, for example, came in 6-0 and then just didn't have the strategies to beat international teams. And it was kind of that early refresher. It's much better than getting to Worlds group stage and just being like, whoa, this meta's weird, and just losing, and then your whole season is over. So I think it does serve a purpose for preparing some of these regions. And then obviously the EU versus NA was all about the beef, and that was interesting in its own right. But to me, the big highlight was being able to go back to Sydney and be back in Australia for the first time in 18 months. Felt like home. That was a good feeling. But then straight back to Korea for the League of Legends.
Yeah.
We basically had that moment where I got back just as you guys left.
See that? Yeah, exactly. Well, we didn't really get to see each other until I got back from Shanghai. But see, I've given up on the hopes of having an event near my home. Something tells me that New Jersey is not going to become a hot spot for esports events.
You could just generalize your hopes to America, and then you'll be fine.
I think we had IPL or MLG years ago make a stop at Atlantic City, but yeah, I don't think that we'll have anything. New York is my best bet, or maybe Philadelphia. Something could happen there. Those are close enough. As far as in the state of New Jersey, I don't know. There's not a lot going on there.
Cautious optimism, I think, is the way forward on that one. It's like cautious optimism about how BBQ have started up this game. Definitely not willing to write in the books for Samsung just yet. There's an air of inevitability because it is the first versus 8th place matchup, because game 1 was so one-sided. But like we said in the preview of this game, I don't think it's a stretch to say that BBQ came in with a hope of having a good performance. You know, whether that meant winning a game, winning the series, that's a bit more difficult to talk about. But they were surprisingly outclassed in game 1.
Yeah. But, I mean, things are starting off slower here. So, don't really have a lead coming through at all for Samsung. Just a few hundred at the moment. As BBQ will be pushing forward, clearing out some of that vision. Got this Cloud Drake sitting here. But seems like it's just more focus on the vision control around the area rather than actually wanting to get the objective.
Gorge Jade is face-checking Totoro.
Yeah, he says hello. One more hit would get that proc, but can't quite get in range and chase him far enough.
A lot of gank synergy between the Sejuani Braum. We talked about the duo and the tankiness it provides, but both of them have the stun passive on melee hits, so a lot of synergy between the two when it comes to the almost permanent lockdown. Tempt able to create a lot of pressure, just leaving lane and dodging towards the top side. That's why Cuvée had to pull off the minion wave. Already surrendered a 26 CS lead to Crazy. That was Crazy laning without flash, to remember, from level 1.
Yeah. So it's been doing a good job to go ahead and bounce back from that. So they try to push those items through. But Cuvée, he just wants to be the one that can go in, get those flag and drags off the lockdown, Ghost, lock him in to the Cataclysm. So I don't think he's too concerned about the deficit that he's in at the moment.
First impression, if you ask me who is favored by a free farm style game like we've been seeing so far, is probably BBQ, just because team fighting with a Twitch and this much of a front line seems like it is largely going to be successful. The tankiness on Samsung is certainly decent, but it's not outrageous like a Galio, for example. It's kind of on Crown to be the game breaker in terms of damage. If he can power down front lines, force heavy magic resist itemization as a sole magic damage dealer from Samsung on the side of BBQ, then maybe that is a way They had the damage to DPS down Renekton, Sejuani, and Braum, but it's no mean feat for Samsung Galaxy to win team fights if they're even, and for now, it's been a very even first 10 minutes.
Yeah, I haven't really seen any aggression out of Crown as he starts poking forward, trying to find something.
I mean, so non-committal to wave clear as Talia. You can just fire the threaded volley and then sidestep on most abilities, and you're still pushing, so difficult to make that happen, Achilles.
That was a nice bit of damage there from the side of Temp, landing that seismic shove, but we will have an objective being taken finally.
Flag is down.
Break gets started up. Cube, yeah, immediately just flashing away from that charge, keeping himself safe. Crown just going to rotate down here as well.
Always have to watch those cooldowns. Flag being down, many had to blow flash. Now they're looking for more top lane.
Glacial Prison coming through. Good talk there for a second. Temp does arrive off that Weaver's wall, and that should be first blood. There we go. It's taken by Bless, and that's going to open up for that turret as well. It's already taking a bit of damage. So could we see the first brick?
May very well do. But with no minion wave, it's going to be slower. And actually, Samsung powering through mid lane. Remember, red buff on Haru means the speed is going to be decent. That's why you see the answering roam from BBQ. Going to get a lot of damage on mid lane, but probably no more unless they want to go really aggressive.
Seems like they will go ahead and peel back the wave clear here from Temp. Just a bit too strong as well, so I'll have to let that one sit. In the meantime, Cube using the TP. Trying to stop that turret from going down in the top lane.
Samsung rotating as 4. They want to take down this turret, and they're considering the dive. Tom Kench here as well.
Arrow coming through, going to get juked out there by Bless. Or JJ popped in with a seismic shove, has to flash away as that great health shield goes through, but that turret will go over. So first brick picked up here by Samsung, so we'll go ahead and advance their gold lead a bit.
A team effort to get first brick, but it's not just the immediate gold reward that Samsung gets from that play. They also get the mid lane turret away from Talia, and now Talia has to overextend to get the same sort of pressure on a Cassiopeia that is trivial in a short lane, like mid lane when both outer turrets are up. So this is a big win for Crown in particular, who's actually already been able to grow a CS lead over the Talia and will be able to extend it as suddenly a safe positioning for a Talia in a longer lane makes it a bit of a headache to both harass and push in a Cassiopeia.
It's also an 11-minute Rod of Ages coming through, so very quickly building that up. So we'll be in a very nice spot in about 10 minutes.
Already mentioned that he needs to be the one to put out big damage this game. The utility carry like Ruler on the Asher will be going Blade the Ruin King, so not going to be the Essence Reaver full utility build that we saw from Prey recently. Makes sense. Someone has to kill the tanks. I wonder if Crown will find room for his favorite item, the Liandry's Torment.
Something tells me that he probably will. Just picks that one up on pretty much everything.
I think Baron buff is the really big claim here for Samsung. So we're talking about how team fighting is going to be difficult for them to pull off. They get Baron buff, the wave clear from BBQ gets a lot less reliable, and potential for turret dives and snowball is big. So taking mid lane turret this early makes Rift Herald and eventually Baron with a Cassiopeia free farmed a big possibility. Blade the Ruin King and Cassiopeia together means that Samsung do have good Baron threat, and that's an objective BBQ will have to keep extensive tabs on post 20 minutes.
Well, that top tier 1 turret does go down. It's crazy evil chip away at that. Cube knew that it was going to die. There's nothing that he could do. That Temp was roaming. Just lets that one fall. Haru in the meantime poking forward, trying to get some scouting done. Seems that red buff has come up, but just doesn't want to stick around, doesn't want to get caught out here by multiple members of BBQ, so we'll just peel back. Toro slowed up. Throw down the Unbreakable. You see the Brock coming through from the Blade of the Ruin King. Flash away means that the Ash Arrow will not connect.
Teleport was going to come in, was cancelled though. So it looked. Difficult to understand what happened there, but ignore that point. Flash defensively from Totoro, the only thing to really talk about. Now Haru actually hunting for Bless.
Going in, trying to get the knock up, can't quite find it though. Will just be halted as Samsung keeps trying to get aggressive, but just don't quite have the windows to get in there.
This means that Samsung is creating pretty extensive pressure around bot side. Cassiopeia not in the area. For now, not in vision, but is near the bottom turrets. Trying to take another turret basically under the noses of BBQ.
Ghost is just sitting here.
I mean, they have Haru's Tremor Sense to let them know which angles BBQ is coming in from.
So you have to be worried about that glacial prison from Bless. Catches multiple members, and that could be very bad times for Samsung, especially if Core JJ is one of the ones that gets locked up. Won't have that devour to keep anybody alive.
Cuvée was pinged out on the red buff. Crazy. Pinged out by Cuvée on the red buff. Doesn't actually feel like he has enough time to finish it and prioritizes picking up the minion wave over slowly stealing red, so that objective will go the way of Samsung.
We get locked down. Keeps himself safe. In the meantime, Big Fisher
lockdown.
coming through. Ruler will get popped up. This fight will connect. The sun comes through. Ghost has the procs. He'll take him down to Totoro. One more shot would have killed him, but he makes it out of there safely. So nice juggle coming through from the bot lane of BBQ. They put another kill on the board, 2-0.
Yeah, greedy stuff coming through from Rolo. Didn't use his flash early and had his heal up, never used it during that whole escapade from BBQ. So I felt like Ruler, if he was a bit more on the ball with his summoner spells, would have lived. Crown could not take the Ghost in this game, showing respect for the lockdown CC, so couldn't follow up. And speaking of follow-up,
Weaver's Wall coming through, seismic shove, almost connecting. Cubing in a flash. That last moment keeps himself alive. Crown will have pressure and likely take this tier 1 turret in the bottom lane, so they will keep their heads above the water as far as the gold is concerned here for Samsung, but not nearly the lead that they would like. And on the other side of the map, the Rift Herald will be started up.
all they're able to get as a bonus compared to the Rift Herald is going to be the jungle camps. Could turn on to the Drake. It is a Cloud Drake. No Mountain or Infernal is a frustration.
Maybe
the
we
side
get
of Samsung.
another triple set. This time it'll be Cloud, perhaps.
Does mean Crown without Ghost is going to be very fast, so acquiring that first target can be so relevant to Cassiopeia.
Well, Bless, about as slowly as you could expect, taking away that Rift Herald. Finally gets the pop. We'll pick that up, and they can use that to break this outer turret in mid.
And for a pure tank, the fact that he has access to the passive to actually do maximum HP damage on a jungle monster means it's not impossible for him to take the Rift Herald in any sort of a reasonable speed. Does decently.
A
Bot
slight
lane.
assist there from Temp, but now, yeah, as you say, the Abyssal Voyage coming through here. Core JJ arriving. Trying to get a lockdown onto Ghost. Will throw down that exhaust as both TPs are completed. He's going to get popped up and goes down as Cubase finds the kill. Crown following up, gets rid of Totoro. The bot lane dismantled, and it's a double kill over to the Cassiopeia as Crazy gets punished as well. And now Samsung, they have the run of it. The Baron, obviously not available, still minutes away from this one, but it seems like the Cloud Drake will be the next best thing that they can get. And we see Ruler go ahead and continuing to shove down that bottom lane.
Yeah, big mistake from Crazy to actually complete the teleport. It's being matched by Cuvée, and crucially Tempt did not have the Weaver's Wall available to make a roam of her own. So Tempt pushed in, because remember, the mid lane outer turret was already taken early by Samsung. Teleports are mirrored, but no Weaver's Wall means that by the time Talia even gets halfway towards bot lane, Twitch is already dead. Teleport could have been cancelled by Crazy, misreads the situation, or there was a miscall from the side of BBQ, and now the kills are on the board for Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, all in that one moment, picking up those three. And the gold lead does start growing here for them. Well, before it's just a couple hundred, now they have a few thousand ahead for themselves. 2.8 just about here in their favor. As Bless tries to contest these Raptors, but Core JJ says nah.
Everyone on the side of Samsung has a control ward in their inventory. I think Baron is on the menu for this team very shortly. The items are there, and they can take it surprisingly briskly, even without a Mountain Drake or an Infernal.
There's so much consistent damage here. So it would be in a very nice spot to do so. Ruler at the moment, pushing forward, has Core JJ and Haru backing him up. Clear out this ward as they try to get in a position to knock down this final outer turret.
Will be another piece in the puzzle to getting safe Baron vision, getting the top and mid lane turrets down. Usually one of the prerequisites, but mid lane is by far the highest priority turret to clear. Pushing up vision, but for now control wards, and not a full commit to an invade by Samsung means that the game pace is slowed again.
Just gonna go back to slow and steady.
I'm told it wins the race.
Yeah, you know, every now and then.
Rift Herald, claimed a while ago, still hasn't been placed, so it's going to be forced pretty soon. Waiting to
That's
see
true.
what Bless decides to do with it.
I actually forgot that they had taken it because they just haven't done anything with it.
Mid lane would be the obvious spot. Always want to put it mid lane against a Cassiopeia because she has the limited wave clear, and potentially with just a couple of members you can brute force down a turret.
It's just proving so difficult for them to get the setup. because Tempt is constantly shoved back, so they would need to commit in here. As a full team, seems like it might be the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's being channeled right now.
All right, so we'll go ahead and cast that. Cube is in the vicinity to try to take care of that, but 1v2 plus Rift Herald equals dead Jarvan. So they'll just be looking to trade a tier 1 in the top side of the map instead.
But now they're going to be forced away, though. Will be another wave required for Samsung to take down this turret. That does mean, because of the speed of BBQ taking it down, that there's going to be big damage on the inner turret here as well.
Gets a nice little charge off and take it down to just above half HP. As Samsung do go ahead and finish this one off.
Getting damage on an inner turret isn't always relevant if you don't have the map control to return to that objective later in the game. So, for now at least, a bit of instant damage trade by BBQ, but Samsung continue to play around the top side, and the control wards around Baron we mentioned are starting to pile up.
I mean, it's actually two very weakened inner turrets in the top and bottom side of the map, so BBQ, if they could get a couple kills, very swift visitations would take down those turrets and, you know, claw their way back in here as far as the gold is concerned. For now, Samsung, though, trying to get that vision priority around the Baron. Has been on the Rift for nearly a minute now.
My favorite thing about Samsung is when they buy 5 control wards, they put down 5 control wards. No one's sitting with one in their inventory. All of them have been placed on the map, largely around the top side. So, they are the sort of team that tries to move a vision line pretty frequently. Other teams kind of wait for the perfect control ward or always need one in reserve, but they put all 5 down, they back away. CoreJJ buys 2 more. And the vision game that CoreJJ showed when he debuted as a support in the regional qualifier was one of the things that people really complimented for. It was the laning phase, but also the vision control that have been CoreJJ's strongest points as a support.
He's been doing some solid work here. For the Samsung organization.
I know you're underplaying, but his story is pretty incredible to come back to Korea after his time on Dignitas as a starting AD carry, sharing a spot with Stitch, and now being a world-class support. All in the case of 2016.
Yeah, I mean, Crowned, you know, Brazil. You look at Immortals in North America, Ole as well, playing in Brazil, then going over to Hong Kong esports.
Winged was always one of those players who's now doing very well for CJ in Challenger. We've heard that before.
All right, well, speaking of CoreJJ, he's going to get jumped on. Will get locked down. Has the great health to try to pop. Will flash away first and foremost. Glacial Prison comes through, but he's still not dead. Now TP coming through. Temps desperately trying to kill the top catch, but CoreJJ, he's just going to exit on the backside of the fight. In the meantime, Crown, he gets rid of Bless. Now that's going to be BBQ with no smite available. Still going to be chasing through, trying to chip down onto Cube, but he is quite all right to walk away with his life here.
Yeah, CoreJJ so damn tanky on the Tom Kench. Good exhaust. Stop the threaded volley from hitting. The slow was actually relevant in that particular scenario. We'll go back by big buys coming through from Ruler as well. Like you say, even with smite down, Samsung not able to start the Baron, which is a pretty important thing to talk about, given their Baron speed. And you are on the money. It is a 3rd Cloud Drake spawning in 20 seconds.
You know, I just, I felt this overwhelming sense of dread and disappointment, so I said, you know, what could it be? It's going to be a Cloud Drake.
I mean, you could have just looked at the weather report, which says cloudy or raining in Seoul at the moment, and
yeah, you know, it's monsoon season. Unfortunately, it's not good for me because my ceiling is leaking at the moment. So every time
that is a bad time.
Yeah, every time you get heavy rain, suddenly it just starts dripping through. It's not like a steady stream, at least. It's like a drip every 30 seconds or so.
I mean, the bigger problem with monsoon season is that it's often 32 to 40 degrees Celsius, or around 100 Fahrenheit at times, and it's raining.
I mean, it was supposed to rain while I was in Shanghai, but it certainly was hot. 117 degrees Fahrenheit.
Nice.
After humidity was calculated in, so it wasn't great. It felt like I was dying all the time.
Well, there you go. You're gonna put that in your TripAdvisor for China?
I mean, there's fantastic aspects to Shanghai, such as the food. Good God, there's some fantastic restaurants in the area. But yeah, the heat is not good. So if you want to go to China, I would say go in the wintertime.
It's fair advice.
Yeah.
Well, there's your travel log. Samsung's travel log says, well, we were top and we decided to go get a 3rd Cloud Drake. Not that interesting either.
No. No, it's not. But, you know, they'll take it.
Crown says, well, at least my Rod of Age is stacked. So that's cool.
Yep. I mean, that's been done for like 3 minutes now.
Sitting on a mountain of gold as well.
301, not too shabby there for that Cassiopeia.
Waiting for that Baron power play. That's exactly what Samsung want. They feel like the Baron is their way to complete the game. Come back to the draft. The team fighting for BBQ as the items start to pile up for Ghost. Gets better and better. Infinity Edge, the third item, is a possibility, and that would be a sort of spike where Samsung, they choose the wrong engage, and they can certainly be aced by the play grab.
Would be some massive damage, but I mean, BBQ need to do something to stop this momentum from Samsung. Because while it is a pretty slow pace, this is still Samsung moving forward steadily.
It's one of those scenarios where your first thought is, well, whatever, we'll just farm up and we'll have 3 items, we'll win team fights, but like I was saying before, Baron buff does undo a lot of the guarantees about BBQ's comp. So that's the one objective that they can't surrender.
I mean, your wave clear goes out the window.
And they didn't have that much. Talia is kind of the big wave clear champion, like you say. Gets answered. There's bot lane, a lot of fighting's happening. And well, it's a 1v1 here too.
Dominance comes through. Crown gonna get jumped on, throws at the Petrifying Gaze, but Ghost not gonna get locked up by this.
Or JJ alone.
Arriving, will get popped up. We'll see how long it takes him to kill him this time around as Ruler in the meantime. Walks down to the bottom lane, looking for Crazy. Ash Arrow going wide, not gonna be finding it again. Does miss that one out, but just in time. Does kill the Crocodile and saves QV's life. In the meantime, CoreJJ did die. Didn't have the flash this time.
Awkward flash from Crazy into the flag and drag.
Okay, this is what we talked about, though, was these already weakened turrets. So that the first of the game will be going down in favor of BBQ.
Baron buff on BBQ's side kind of has the same story when you're talking about Cassiopeia's wave clear as well. So Baron buff, very high priority for both teams, but almost necessitated on the side for Samsung to close the game. With Crazy still 15 seconds from respawn and the inside track on mid lane. BBQ, despite their good work on top side, are losing out pretty extensively on turret HP.
Yeah, QV looking like he's just going to stick around and finish this one off. In the
Gets the
meantime,
interrupt.
He's going to get halted, and oh boy, that's going to be the Sejuani disappearing. And Crown also makes the rat disappear. Takes him out 401 with that. Samsung will go ahead and start this Baron. So all of the good things that BBQ just did in the last 2 minutes, they don't matter anymore.
Yeah, this is the second magic trick. Made a rat disappear. They're going to make a purple worm disappear as well. Goodbye, Baron buff. You're gone.
Oh, dear. Well, that's one of those moments where you get really mad at your teammate for recalling while you're dying.
The VOD time has been written down by the coach. He's like, 26:30.
Okay, got this one.
Cue up this VOD.
All right.
Guys, you were winning till then.
And it all went bad here.
Winning is strong, but they were executing their winning conditions largely and farming up to a point where they could take fights.
They were very much in the game at the time.
They were competitive.
But, well, no longer. Unless Samsung screws up in the biggest way possible.
I mean, you could botch a fight. It's possible that if a 5v5 is forced, they could botch a fight. So, as Ghost puts a BF sword and will start working towards that Infinity Edge, there is still that outside chance.
Surprisingly, Crown has not built the Leandres.
Well, he's trying to kill the first target, which may be the Sejuani.
Well, it's going to be another Ash Arrow not connecting, and now maybe a spot of bother here for CoreJJ yet again. As that shield pop will flash over the wall and over the Weaver's wall as well to keep himself alive. So does limp away yet again. In the meantime, another tier 2 turret going down as QV finishes that one off in the mid lane. Just nothing that Crazy can do to stop him.
Permafrost from Bless actually interrupted the tunnel take from Haru. I haven't seen that interaction before. Didn't go all the way through the turret. Samsung picking up turrets, trying to keep going around the turret on top, and Bless is going to contest Crown.
Big assault coming through, Petrifying Gaze does get thrown down. Crazy gets stunned up. Bless dangerously low, has to flash over the corner, trying to keep himself alive. In the meantime, CoreJJ spitting out Ruler, will go down, but Ruler just firing away with a hail of arrows, trying to come up with these kills. Will weaken the members of BBQ for the rest of the squad to go ahead and clean up. A double kill going over to Haru. Ruler not going down, only losing out on the Tahm Kench. It's 3 members dead on the side of BBQ. Baron buff minions pushing in. Samsung have complete control over the game.
Yeah, Samsung's late game team fighting was always one of their core cards, and unfortunately for BBQ, they abandoned what their comp does well, setting up in front of the Twitch, and in general split their attention, looking to pick someone on the side. Twitch is one of the first to fall. So is BBQ's hopes in that particular fight, and their base will be in ruins after the set of mistakes around the Baron.
Yeah, and this is looking like deja vu, but inverted as Samsung goes ahead and looks to sweep through all 3 of these inhibitors away from the bottom lane. A little ways away, but sure Juve could really take that one up if he wanted to, but with the respawns coming in, Tempt in 8 seconds, Samsung will play this one safely. They will go ahead and peel back.
So quickly the game can turn against a top team, and Samsung Galaxy do represent one of the best teams in Korea. Again, weren't looking the best before Rift Rivals or even at the tournament. The problem here is it's all about Ghost. Remember, he is the one who needs to be firing in safety. They continue to chase. They're chasing further, but now Haru and Crown get backline access because they push in greedily to try to take on Tom Kench and Ruler. Then the rest of Samsung come, and the backline is exposed because the backline moved up too far, Achilles.
Yeah, he just disappeared yet again. In a matter of seconds, Ghost just gets absolutely annihilated. So, not looking good here for BBQ. Samsung now 2 waves pushing with super creeps. Baron buff will be expiring soon, so that's a very slight reprieve, I suppose, for BBQ on the defense, but maybe just giving up another dragon. Ocean Drake will be spawning if Samsung has any remote interest in that. It is theirs to take.
I think they want to end the game as fast as possible, and I really argue with that particular line. Cube has a Guardian Angel for his I'm an Initiator build. Doesn't need the Gargo Stoneblade, it seems. He just wants to add the extra damage, kill Twitch while it splashes down, and end the game.
Yep. Well, here we go. The siege has begun. Cube threatening to poke in from above. Threaten that. A backline access on the Ghost yet again. You can see Temp trying to zone him back, but doesn't have too much damage to offer up against that J4. He'll throw down the Weaver's Wall. Will lock Haru and Crown into this little corner here as that Glacial Fissure comes down, but there's just no damage follow-up. No way to really threaten Crown. Seismic Jump weaken him a little bit here as Haru will get devoured. Keeps himself alive. But Cube, he's just riding the waves into victory.
That'll be one Nexus turret taken down. They also will be able to stay with the minion wave and bots, I imagine, even with the low health bars. No Ocean Drakes to get them healthier, but no problem for Samsung.
Yeah, that was just one of those. Meanwhile, back at the Francis moments, back at the farm, back at the ranch, whatever you want to say. And BBQ, yeah. They're just going to get strangled out of this rather swiftly. Ruler back, has that Guardian Angel ready to go, so he can play about as far forward as he wants, because Core JJ would also be there to devour him yet again. So 3 inhibitors down, and this should just be the end of the game. A few minutes longer than game 1. This will be the engagement coming through. Cube just killing Ghost with a Cataclysm. Absolutely assassinates the Rat. Petrifying Gaze connecting in onto Depth. He desperately tries to get away, but Crown will have none of that. Takes him down. In about 32 minutes, right there exactly on the clock, Samsung will complete the 2-0, the second one here today, and they will maintain their spot at the top of the standings.
Cool, calm, and collected from Samsung Galaxy. This one was not as straightforward as game 1. They couldn't fight the game on their own terms for the entirety of the early game, but the moment it started getting good, they got the Baron and ended the game pretty comfortably. Picking an MVP for this one, not necessarily as straightforward as the previous game, but another free farm day from Crown in the mid lane was great to see, and Cube extends his top lane Jarvan win rate to 5-0. When they can choose their fights, when they can choose their battles, Samsung Galaxy control the game. You said it many times, choked the life out of BBQ. The stranglehold is seen to extend for 2 games largely, with a couple of minutes of reprieve at the start of game 2. But the only winner in this series was it looking like it was going to be Samsung Galaxy.
Yeah, and BBQ, again, I mean, we said how difficult of a task it would be for them to, take a game in this series, but they looked a bit competitive here in game number 2, but then it all unraveled in a matter of seconds. So still have things to tighten up on if they want to advance up the standings and try to avoid that relegation zone that is currently occupied by Ever8 and MVP.
Insane things. We mentioned the timestamp, right? The timestamp was 26:30 when we were like, okay, BBQ, first big mistake of the game. Game was over. A Baron buff duration later.
6 minutes later.
30 minutes later, 32 minutes later, game was over. So the ability to close the game so clinically, another example of why Samsung are one of the best teams in our league. We've seen KT Rolster, for example, still struggle to close games when they're ahead. No such struggles for Samsung Galaxy. Vision control on point from Core JJ in both games. With Haru, it wasn't quite the same as Ambition, but with a different draft, you couldn't really gauge how much of an impact Haru had. Haru, like Peanut, I think, a little bit adversely affected by the new Cinderhulk meta that we find ourselves in, but comfortable stuff for Samsung.
Yeah, it wasn't nearly as clean. Again, this was definitely the more competitive one compared to game 1 here for BBQ. But It seems like Samsung, they still do have that freedom to plug and play Haru or Ambition. Not so much on the Stitch and Wraith situation. We haven't seen enough of that one. But yet again, as you would expect, Crown did lots of damage. 25.7k throughout the duration of that 32-minute game.
Might just be a easy double MVP for Crown. As, like you say, wasn't as happy in the laning phase. Talia able to do some pushing, but they got the mid lane turret, and that rotation from Samsung was the biggest macro play of Game 2. They got the very early mid lane turret, and no longer was Talia harassing Crown under his turret and pushing him in. And will be Crown picking up the double MVP, starting that late charge towards Kuro and Smeb, the double Rocks Tiger duo at the top of the table.
Yeah, trying to make up for some lost time here. Double MVP for him. Now just 3 wins behind tying Kuro. He'll still be in that 4th place spot, but he's sitting right behind BDD and Smeb. So a very solid space to be in.
And you'll notice that all the replays in this package will be after the mid lane turret is down. The mid lane turret was the first to go down, and no longer could Talia respond first, and in fact it was the roams from Core JJ, and with the global of his own in the Abyssal Voyage, that's what allowed Crown to be the first person to rotate bot lane. Something you never really think of in a Cassiopeia versus Talia matchup. And from there, you get to see some of the team fights. This is the one where so close were they in trying to kill Core JJ, not able to do so. Doing some big trolling on the Tom Kench.
Yeah, you know, just walking around this time. Wasn't so fortunate, didn't have the flash, so does fall in the end.
That was interesting.
Yeah, it was
replay
just
choice.
I guess because Crown made it to the other side of the
Crown
Weaver's
was on the
wall.
screen. Well, he was on the screen for a half second there. And this was the fight where BBQ really thought they could kill Ruler and Core JJ and forgot that they needed to have a front line in front of a Twitch. And then Crown was like, okay, you're dead.
Yeah. All right. It's Twin Fang. That's it.
You can't make many mistakes at the top level.
Nope.
What you kind of learned from this particular game. So better from BBQ in Game 2, certainly. Game 1 was a masterclass from Samsung. Game 2 more competitive, but still. Only one winner when they got any sort of inch ahead. Samsung Galaxy, and they cement themselves as top of the table going into the weekend.
Yeah, they certainly do. Looking very strong here, Samsung. The question's going to be, can they maintain that, ride it all the way into perhaps the grand final?
Remember, second in the regular season in spring. They're looking to go one better.
All right, well, we'll see how that develops. For now, let's go ahead and hear from our solo MVP. It's Crown. So, Joel, take it away with the interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Joel with your last interview translation of the day, and we're here with Samsung picking up a 2-0 victory, a casual one against BBQ Olivers, and we are here with today's only MVP who carried this series for these guys, and here's Crown for the interview.
네, 크라운 선수 삼성이 이제 11승째를 기록을 하면서 1위를 계속
Crown, Samsung is at 11 wins right now and currently in first place of LCK. How do you feel?
1, 2, 3, 4위 그 순위 대결이 엄청 치열한데
I feel like the first 4 teams in the LCK are in a very tough battle right now, trying to get the first spot.
네, 좋습니다.
So I'm very happy with how we are doing right now.
부진했던 시기도 있었잖아요.
많이 부진했죠.
And I'm sure you guys had a moment as an organization where you guys didn't do as well.
어떻게 보면 이렇게 또 멋진 경기
And it seems like you guys are really coming back in form as the top of the league right now.
이겨요? 연습도 포함인데
I think
좀
practice is part of what we're being so successful, but I think, you know, just think of it differently. Is like when we don't play bad is when we're good, and just being positive about our every situation. I think that really got us very far into this placement right now, and result oriented wise, I think we're feeling a lot better about ourselves.
그래서 상대가 코르키를 좀 빠르게 뽑았는데 결국에 이제 원딜을
In game 1, they went with the Corki early on in the draft, but eventually flexed it into ADC instead. How did you feel about that?
네, 저는 픽할 때 이제 상대방이 코르키를 픽했을 때 너무 빨리 먹더라고요. 그래서
Yeah, I felt like the Corki was picked a little bit too early to comfort. And I felt like they had something about it, but
실제로 했고
I just kind of thought it as an option that they might flex it to ADC, and it actually happened, so it was a bit of a surprise for me.
이번 시즌에는 처음 사용하신 거거든요.
네.
예, 그리고 솔로 랭크에서도 집중적으로 연습했던 데이터 흔적은 있는데
네.
그런 거 보면서 좀 그
And with the Cassiopeia, it was actually the first time you played it this entire season.
대회랑
But we saw you play a lot in solo queue and actually shown us a glimpse of it in past seasons.
예전부터 잘 사용을 했는지 모르겠지만
Yeah, I think Cassiopeia, it was just definitely an on and off champion for me where I felt comfortable to use it. I just kind of used it since long time ago. So
쓸수 있게
So I think it was always in the back of my pocket, really just ready for me to pull it out whenever the situation came through.
그래서 이제 1세트에 맹활약을 해주셨는데 킬 관여율이 100%였습니다.
And your kill contribution was 100% on that one.
그 활약상 함께 보면
And we can see a few examples of that through this video highlight.
미션 선수가 개인적으로 좀 잘 봐준 것도 있었는데
Just feels like Ambition, of course, did a good job of helping out the mid lane, but you kind of handled your situation over and over by yourself.
욕심내셔서 그때 이제 도움을
Yeah, I think that was the situation where the opponent mid lane was really too greedy for CS, and I just made him pay for making that mistake on his part.
있었는데 언제 내가 혹시 뭐 오늘 MVP 한번 받을 수 있다.
Did you feel at any point in the game that you were gonna get the MVP today?
게임 끝났을 때 말고는 생각 자체를
I
안 해서
really had no idea until the game actually ended. You know, when it ended, obviously I saw that I did all right. So,
그때만
and until game one ended, I thought that yeah, maybe they will give me the MVP for that one. It would be a nice thing to have.
그래서 위클리 LCK에서 이렇게 공개된 그 영상을 좀 보면 막 MVP 포인트 막 너 가져라.
And we saw in this clip from a weekly LCK that you were really trying to give away your MVPs to your teammate, but do you still think that?
같은 경우에는 거의 그런 얘기는 안 하는 것 같아요.
I think recently I haven't said that as much,
별로 없어서
but I think none of my teammates are really greedy for the MVP points as I am, so
누구겠지 하면서
we were just trying to guess with each other who will be the MVP every time we win, and it's just a very fun thing to think about. The fact that we can always think about who the MVP is after we win the game.
그래서 2세트에서도 이제 다시 한번 카시오페아를
In game 2, you all picked out the Cassiopeia again,
오른쪽 카시오페아 잘 된다. 뭐 이런
and it just seems like
조합을 보고 좀
with the composition that the opposition was throwing at you guys, did you guys feel that the Cassiopeia was a good pick to go with?
써도 되고
예.
이제 상대한테도 써도 되고 뭐 컨디션 자체도 좀 괜찮아요.
Yeah, I felt like my condition today was pretty satisfying, so playing something like the Cassiopeia was a comfort pick for me today.
원저라고 볼 수 있는 브라우니 조합을 얘기할 수밖에 없는 게 상대가 또 꺼냈단 말이에요.
And one of the things we want to talk about with the Braum and Sejuani composition, we actually saw the opponents pick it out today.
어떻게 생각하세요?
But what did you feel about playing against that composition that you guys pretty much formulated yourselves?
세주하니가 아니라서
Well, I'm not a really Sejuani user or a Braum player, so
중요한 거는 단단함을 유지하는 거.
I think the most important part about it is keeping your endurance.
맞을 때 이제 맞고 빠질 때 빠지고.
And I think when you're facing that kind of competition, it's just whenever you're getting an offensive opportunity, you just go for it, but you have to back out at the right time as well.
그런 챔프들이니까
And since it's mostly based on CC, I think it's a good thing to calculate exactly how that will fall out once they do start that chain.
조합을 좀 공개 안 하잖아요. 그런 게 있습니다. 그래서 상대가 사실은 2세트에 그 조합을 꺼내 들었을 때 그 무슨 생각을 하셨어요?
And what did you feel at actually when they actually pulled out the competition in game 2? I mean, once again, with Sejuani and Braum, you know, I think just regardless of the composition, since I'm not really against those lanes and against that jungle path, so it wasn't. I didn't worry about it too much. I just kind of worried about my lane and my part.
사실 탐켄치라는 픽이 최근에는 좀 티어가 많이 내려간 듯한 인상이 있었는데
And we really thought that Tom Kench had really gone down in the meta and gone down in priority, but it feels like you guys are still sticking with it.
다른 챔프를 하자 이렇게 했었는데
Yeah, we actually recommended a different champion.
탐켄치 이거 자신 있다고.
But Core JJ, he really spoke out to us that he was feeling confident on the Tom Kench pick in this situation, so we just kind of trusted him that he will do his part.
는 조합적으로 봤을 때는 약간 불안감이 드신 적은 없었나요?
Did you not feel any nervousness or insecurity regarding the composition that you guys came up with in game 2? Because it was a little bit unusual in some aspects of that draft.
굴리면은 생각은 안 하고 굴리면은 어떻게 된다.
You know, we didn't think about if we were behind all the punishment that we get. We didn't think about it. We just kind of thought about if we got the advantages, what would happen to us. And those are the things that we kind of always had in mind. We didn't think about the negative parts of the draft.
2세트 활약 장면도 준비되어 있다고 하니까
We do have another video highlight of game 2 as well. I'd like to show that real quick. Do you remember this play? Do you want to commentate on this specific play? Yeah, I think the bot duo was talking to themselves of trying to how to handle the situation, but the rest of us three were really just focused on the bottom part of this fight, where we try to go for a good opportunity to get into the fight. So we were having a very sparse communication that was effective as well.
입장에서 보면은 상대 조합이 좀 부담되는 상황이었거든요. 그러니까 포지션 잡기가 어떻게 보면 되게
And it was really hard for the opponents to pick a good positioning in opening those team fights. But did you guys have a picture in mind when you guys opened up that team fight?
저는 반대로 카시오페아가 플레이하기 쉬운 조합이라 생각했거든요.
Yeah, I felt like, I don't know how you guys think about this, but I thought it was a good composition for Cassiope to play against. So that's kind of what my opinion on that is. And it's just a situation where that mobility really goes a good way, where you can put in the damage and quickly escape and do that again repeatedly, and against that kind of composition that the opponent decided to go with. And that was a situation where I felt like the Cassiope was a very comfortable pick to go with.
이거 좀 새로운 해석이네요. 그렇죠. 좀 궁금한 게 그래서 이제 마지막에 경기가 다 끝나고 부스가 딱 이제 카메라로 비쳤는데 부스로 비쳤는데 그 감독님
And after the game ended and the camera went to the booth, I think we do have a video highlight of that as well. We actually saw the coach saying something to Ruler. We're kind of curious on what he was exactly saying. And there you go, where he just comes in, he says something. Feels like he was giving him the fingers.
실수에 대해서
I think he was really going for that mistake where around that Sejuani when he got caught early, so that's kind of what we was kind of pointing at, but it was no big deal.
Tough love.
I think, regardless of that, I think you guys are in such a good form and you guys should be very happy about your situation. But with Crown picking up the MVP once again by himself, would you like to say anything to your teammates along with your fans as well?
2라운드가 시작되고 벌써 세 번째 판이 끝났는데
I feel like ever since the second round robin started, we're already done with our third match, and we always thank you for all the support that you guys give us. That really helps us to get the positive results, and I also thank the teammates because I'll always try hard, so you guys always keep trying hard, and we just want to do our best. You guys know what I'm talking about. So seems like the end of the interview. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joel, for closing out the night there with that solo MVP interview. So, Crown yet again trying to climb the standings, very much like his squad has been able to do. He's not resting on top, but he's working his way there. He needs to overthrow Kuro, and then it'll just be first place across the board for him. But on the day, it's a 2-0 here in both of our sets. Samsung taking down BBQ Olivers, and SKT also suffering another 0-2 loss at the hands of Long.
And I feel bad for the OGN Legion because we only had 2 hours of gameplay today between the two series. Maybe a bit of change after the 2 hours, but not much more than that. Like SKT and also BBQ struggled to make much of an impression, and the result here is that Samsung are clear at the top. 13 games played, 11-2, game score also in great stead against Longzhu Gaming. So our new overlords, I say overload because I've cast too much Rise apparently, but our new overlords are certainly Samsung Galaxy as SKT continue their freefall, and Samsung will be playing again in our first match. You and I will be casting it on Saturday. They get another, you'd have to imagine, pretty simple opposition for them against MVP.
Yeah, and then Longzhu coming up with the victory over SK Telecom, going up against Ever 8. So it's going to be our top 2 teams going against the bottom 2
Could have another short day.
So, yeah, maybe we get out of here even earlier on Saturday, Papa Smithy.
It's pretty hard to get out of here less than an hour 50 for interview and 2 games starting at 8 p.m.
But if we can do it, it's probably that day, unless we can be surprised by MVP and Ever 8 winners. But that is going to be a David and Goliath style matchup for both of those squads.
Does mean that Longzhu, I believe, will be able to move into outright second, at least for a little bit, if they're able to win in that series. And KT have much more stiff opposition. KT versus Afrika at the Gangnam Stadium. That's going to be a really fun one to watch.
I mean, that's the thing. They're going to be trying to take back that second place spot from Longzhu, who have that easier match, and they have to get through Afrika Freaks on Sunday. So that'll be an interesting one. Then Jin Air Green Wings versus the Rocks Tigers. Rocks not looking so great.
Nope.
Just yesterday. But we'll see if they can bounce back from that one. Jin Air did suffer a loss, 2-0 at the hands of BBQ, so they aren't without their own, flaws, so very well could drop a game or 2 to Rocks.
So hard to read this season now with SKT's
I just never know what's happening.
You come back and you are bringing tidings of I'm the man to rescue SKT. Well, we've got to find Doa. He's the only one who can do it. So unfortunately, he's in Australia right now, so won't be able to help them.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be getting him back here. So maybe SKT's just screwed. Who knows? We'll find out as LCK continues next time
Clip that when they win Worlds,
on
guys.
OGN. But yeah. All right, that's going to be it for us, guys. Thank you. We'll see you back here on Saturday for more games.